Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you show me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti Kuas, Pasti Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Green
I mean, all the time.
light, can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G get it now
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G get it now
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
gratis ongkir beli download sekarang Pas TV beli
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, this is the final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
Ready?
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli.
Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking,
Mia, can you send me that?
even my French neighbor.
Mia!
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL ID Season 11, week number 3, day number 3. This is the last day of half season, where we might get to crown the half season champions today. But of course, we still have to go through these 2 epic matches ahead of us. And don't forget, for those of you at home watching, MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, our official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blibli, our official broadcast by Maxstream, our broadcast partner by TFR Esports, our partners Indomart and Point Coffee, and last but not least, we are supported by PBSI. And I forgot to introduce you guys to the casters on the desk. Today, to accompany you throughout these 2 matches, it's going to be me, Aeterna, here with Gani as well as Mirko. And talking about the first match of today, right? We have Alter Ego going against a Bigetron Alpha.
Both teams not looking good, right? Standing-wise, Bigetron, how are you feeling, Mirko? 6th place. Not a solid start of the first half, but Alter Ego, 7th. So, again, these 2 teams will battle head-to-head, perhaps securing his last playoff spot.
Perfect timing there, Gani, as we are going to be talking a little bit about these 2 giants, behemoths of teams back in Season 7 maybe. But now, you're right, they're not doing too hot, Gani. Season 7, that was when both of these teams really popped off. But now, Alter Ego are 7th and Bigetron Alpha are 6th. I honestly feel like for Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha, it's kind of the same thing. They kind of lost their identity, but Alter Ego, it's mainly because of Leo Murphy departing from the lineup, taking a break perhaps here. Meanwhile, for Bigetron Alpha, it seems they've just been rotating the rosters a bit too much. But like I mentioned earlier, these 2 teams are really like, there's drama amongst these 2 teams. The Chaos Derby is what we call it here in the English desk, where in MPL Indonesia Season 8, day number 1 of the playoffs, Alter Ego sent Bigetron Alpha home. But in Season 7, it was Bigetron Alpha who sent Alter Ego home. Even in Season 10, it's still a very close battle, but Alter Ego were able to win it, both in Leg 1 and Leg 2. Here, though, it's a completely different Alter Ego. It's a completely different Bigetron Alpha, from their coaching staff all the way to the team dynamic. Alter Ego, a lot less aggressive.
And I think that also comes to show that this derby has changed as well, right? The reason why it was called the STM Derby or the Chaos Derby in English is the fact that whenever these 2 guys match up against one another, it's the screaming battle, right? Yeah. Everyone screams at one another, they taunt one another, and that's what made these 2 teams really interesting to watch, especially when head-to-head. But things have changed, rosters have changed, and one of the main highlights of these teams now is the fact that they have really very talented junglers at the helm.
Man, I think everybody can, remember what Sullyboy was able to do in his debut back in MPL Indonesia Season 4. He got top kills in MPL Indonesia Season 4, 251 kills. He debuted at the age of 16. Super young, but super crazy player. Now on the other side, it's basically kind of the same story here, right? Bigetron Super Ken. He debuted in MDL Indonesia Season 7. MVP regular season for the half season point with 50 points in the MDL. 9-0, 100% win rate. So for both these kids, pro players, prodigies, it is looking like they have a lot of potential, but Sullyboy has reached it. Meanwhile, Super Ken, he's still developing.
For sure, and we've seen a lot more of the games from Sullyboy. We know more about him. We know that he's very aggressive. He has one of the most top kills in MPL ID in general.
Exactly.
And that's where the question starts to pop up, right? With how meta the jungler is as a tank, is it suiting his playstyle here, Gani?
I guess perhaps it might, right? Sullyboy, sure, we saw him a couple of times on a Fredrin, on a Baksha even, and it somehow comes to fruition. It's just more of a... the problem with Alter Ego, I feel like this season, is the rumor here. Rossi, he needs to step up, or perhaps Psycho can come into the fray. But on that note, let's take a look at the chart of team players.
I think with that, you bring up a really good point for Alter Ego, right? Yeah. Rossi being in the lineup, not Leo Murphy, has had a massive impact on Sullyboy, where Sullyboy usually opts to go for these assassins because he understands that he has a roamer that's proactive, that will put pressure on the enemy jungle, therefore forcing the enemy roamer and just the enemy team to play defensively. Now with Rasi, a bit more of a reactive roamer, Celiboy has been forced onto independent junglers. He has matured as a player. He's no longer that crazy, hot-headed assassin player. He's more of a Fredrin, a Kai. Now, unfortunately though, I don't think it's his comfort. He's been performing really well in the utility, but it just doesn't feel like it is his comfort. You can see Super Ken on the other side. Basically, Celiboy is looking at a mirror to his younger self. And right now, we can already see that Celiboy is trying his best to bring up his old heroes as well, like the Lancelot. Now, this is a clip from all the way in Season 8, I believe, with ONIC having Surfeit Lance. Now, Celiboy on the Lancelot, I don't think anyone can doubt this man. The way he was able to just find the gaps, and as a pure assassin, it's kind of weird seeing him go in 1v5. Usually, as an assassin, you want to see him come in the last moment, and he knows exactly when to do that. He targets the back line, and he always targets the bounty. He's always a very smart assassin back in the day. He never goes in for the unnecessary kills, for the unnecessary, trades. But on the Lancelot, something else that sets him apart from the rest of the assassins is how he takes his time around neutral objectives, but he doesn't go for the neutral objective. He actually prioritizes the kills. He's always been a very pick-off-centered hero or player, and with the Lancelot, that's just his prime hero. We've seen him pop off on the Lancelot so much. We've also seen him pick up the Lancelot just yesterday against Aura Fire. Very different Lancelot though. It was a tank Lancelot, not the damage, as you can see here. 19 times picked up from Season 7 all the way to Season 11, 63% win rate. Now on the other side, like we mentioned, for Celiboy, he has matured. He's no longer that assassin player that we know. He's looking at a mirror to his previous self, the Wonder Kid himself, Super Ken. On the assassin, in the MDL, he popped off. But a lot of analysts have said MDL is a different ball game completely to the MPL. Super Ken basically came in and proved everybody wrong. A lot of the doubts were silenced in game number 1 when he picked up the Fanny up against a very difficult composition to pull off against, right? It's a Ruby, it's a 1-1, but with his mechanical decision and also that smart Celiboy-ish decision making on the assassins, he's able to outmaneuver Rebellion Zion in game number 1. Forcing them to make these mistakes and also positioning really well where he doesn't really need to rely on just mechanics. He's a good mix of the two, and that's where Super Ken actually really shines. You can kind of compare him to Celiboy during his prime or even a Kyrie, where maybe he's not as flashy, but he does get the job done through his efficiency. He never unnecessarily goes in for nothing. Fortunately though, that really changed in game number 2 and 3 against Rebellion Zion. The doubts came back. MPL ready. Are you MPL ready? Right now it's 50-50. You saw the win rate as well, 50%.
Solid debut, though, right?
Solid debut.
Very solid, but yeah, convinced, I must say, perhaps this is now the time
proving grounds
to prove himself that he is that MPL worthy. He is ready to go up against Max in that jungler position. But let's focus again on Nino. Take a look at your screen here. Nino, he needs to step up perhaps if he plays.
Is Psycho going to be playing? I mean,
okay.
We might have gotten spoiled here by the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. But yes, follow-up aggressive movements from Celiboy. I think this is exactly what Alter Ego need. We've been talking about how Rasi is a very reactive style of a roamer. Psycho basically brings that initiation, brings that proactivity to the team, and we mentioned that if you have a very proactive, aggressive roamer, you can opt to go for these assassins. So I like this. Follow-up aggressive movements coming in from Celiboy if he goes on the assassins. That's his comfort pick overall, and Alter Ego need to utilize this right now. Go back to what made them such a successful organization in Season 7 all the way to Season 10. Team fights. On the other side, though, we're taking a look at the Red Robots with a new lineup again. Keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Winning the matchup in the gold lane is a must. Up against Nino, especially here, you can expect Alter Ego to put a lot of emphasis in that gold lane. They usually go for winning lanes in the gold lane. So if Bigetron Alpha can stop that, halter that right there, either by weathering out the storm or actually just beating Nino in the gold lane, is going to be really good. Also, contesting Fanny is going to be a prime point for Bigetron Alpha. They have a new weapon, utilize it.
Definitely, definitely. Those are the keys to victory for both of these teams. And honestly, if it comes down to it, it really is the right moment for a Bigetron to be able to win this out, because right now Alter Ego is still very shaky, and I feel like the performance coming in from a Bigetron is a little bit more solid, right?
Yeah, so far.
They need to focus on the gold lane, right?
They do.
Funnel the gold, and perhaps you have a solution.
Oh, wait, what? Gold? You know, that actually reminds me of something, right?
What?
Apparently, UBS Gold has like this merchandise collection, a collaboration with MPL ID Season 11, and it's limited edition as well. So it's not up for everyone, but when it does, you need to get your hands on it. But it's not out just yet. It's still coming soon. But Mirko, you can get yours at ubslifestyle.com and UBS Lifestyle e-commerce as well.
Wow, a lot of choices for me to buy the UBS merch. So there you go, right? If you want gold in-game and in real life, go get that value, dude.
Very good value indeed. So again, ladies and gentlemen, you need to invest, not just in Light of Dawn, invest in gold as well in real life. And perhaps with that, right, let's talk about Nino here. Well, not Nino. I want to talk about Pi.
Okay.
All right.
Season 10, crazy EXP laner. Season 11, I haven't seen any plays, huge plays that we used to got from him.
Yeah, it's a very weird scenario. Sir Pi has always been on top of the XP lane game. I think he was in the debate for best XP lane even in Season 10, despite his team falling in the first day of the playoffs. Still, he's such a respectable XP lane. Unfortunately here, I think Alter Ego, the way that they've been drafting just hasn't been centered around Pi. But now with Psycho in the mix, that aggressive player in the mix, that's the duo Kage that we've been mentioning, man.
Finally, we get to see that come to play here. We're going to see if that is going to have a positive impact on Alter Ego. And now, from the side of Bigetron Alpha, Moreno, Cerezo, Marquis finally coming to play, as well as Super Ken and Key. So both of these teams already some shakeups in terms of that lineup.
Let's see again, right? With this in mind, the Red Robots, they are ready to secure that last final playoff spot of Bigetron Alpha.
We'll see what exactly they can pull off with this current lineup, right? Without Saken, we are going to see Marquis finally in that gold lane. And I've been watching a lot of Bigetron Alpha matches at home because I didn't cast yesterday. And a lot of people have said, no Marquis, no win. Yep.
It's a big statement, right? I mean, I honestly agree with those statements for now because Marquis brings such a massive presence, especially in the gold lane matchup 1v1. But up against Alter Ego, you might have some troubles.
The Uncrowned Kings with the two Kages. Let's welcome Alter Ego.
This truly is one of the setting stones for Alter Ego this season, right? They aren't looking too good in the standings. And they're on a little bit of a rough patch. If they can win this against Bigetron Alpha like they have in the past, this might just be the momentum that they need to propel them into the top of these standings.
Right, this is pretty interesting, Eterna. So I think for both Alter Ego and Bigetron Alpha, something that's very unique is they have two gold laners with different styles completely. 180, Saken on BTR, playing very passively, maybe a bit too passive, even going for full defensive items yesterday on the Melissa. Then also they have Marquis, pure aggression, loves to go 1v1 in lane and just carry the game, take the game into his own hands. Same story with Alter Ego. Nino, that aggressive type, Ryzel, that, safe, very reactive type of gold laner, and Alter Ego are choosing to go with Ryzel, despite the fact having a very aggressive centric roamer in Psycho. This dynamic, I don't know how it's going to work here, especially considering in the keys to victory, it's getting the gold lane matchup properly. Nino.
Maybe Nino is a little bit too aggressive in the minds of the coach. Maybe they need someone that they can depend on. Something a little bit like CW, right? So even if you lose that lane, still very, very resourceful and you can rely on him, right? But the players right now, they can rely on the gadgets that they're using right now to give them the best performance possible. And that's because they're using the Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. And you gotta listen to the specs, right? 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, a memory of up to 1 terabyte. The screen is dynamic AMOLED 2X with a 120 Hz refresh rate. And of course, the battery is 5,000 mAh, which basically means when you're pushing rank, you don't need to bother with charging it.
What's charging?
What's charging?
I can't relate on my
no.
Samsung phone.
Okay, all right, I got the phone.
Okay.
I'm pre-ordering it now, so I need quota now.
Yeah, I mean, if you need quota, Gani, obviously the way to go is Dunia Games. Right? Scan the QR code on the left of your screen right now, or actually on the right of your screen, because you guys can get free quota basically with every item/voucher purchase in Mobile Legends using Telkomsel. If you guys go and check it out right now, you guys can get up to 3 gigabytes of quota every time. So every purchase, 3 gigabytes. You go for a lot of diamonds, you have a lot of quota, you can play the game even longer, man.
Killing two birds with one stone.
Yes.
Free quota. I love it.
I love it as well. So there you go. The phone, the app. Thank you so much. It turned out for the solution.
Yep.
Now let's figure something out, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Alter Ego not looking good despite minimum change in their roster.
I think that's exactly why they have kind of gone worse from Season 10 to Season 11, right? It's a big step down, I would say, from the Season 10 form where they were one of the favorites to actually win it all, winning games even up against ONIC Esports at a certain point, right? This was a team full of potential. Now you look at them and you still see that potential, but it's limited somehow by their playstyle, by their identity, and by those minimum changes. Without Leo Murphy, it really feels like this team is struggling. And that's what Psycho wants to bring back into the fray with his movement back. And it seems like both teams, the crowd here, you can see the passion earlier on. I think it was kind of like empty, but the Bigetron fans came through. They were waiting for the players to come in on the stage before they entered.
I actually made a comment about that earlier. I was like, wow, it's so packed in the arena. But
that didn't age well.
It didn't.
The Biget Troopers.
It did, because, you know, your word is your promise.
Okay.
I don't know the direct translation, but basically that. But yeah, packed full house here for Bigetron as well as Alter Ego. And it's scary, right, for both of these teams, because if Bigetron loses, very much closer to that red zone. And if Alter Ego loses as well, it actually is going to give a little bit of more possibility for Aura Fire to jump back into the 6th position here.
You know what I can really feel Bigetron can exploit? Psycho. Sure. He can bring a breath of fresh air, but he hasn't stepped onto the MPL stage for quite some time. So I feel like pressure is on him now. Even though Rossi didn't perform well, but he needs to step up. And with that in mind, right, again, even though he's the Kage, but stepping on towards now the MPL stage, that's a different story.
And I guess we'll see as we're jumping into the drafting phase here for game number 1, match number 1. Alter Ego on the blue side, Bigetron on the red. And you can see here already the bans coming through. Faramis, Fanny, and the Wanwan as Bigetron here in the second pick position, forced to ban out the Kaja, the Valentina as well.
Pretty interesting, right? I mean, we've always seen this now. When Bigetron Alpha gets the red side, they always just stop. They don't ban the Wanwan and the Joy. They actually force it open here. Why? They do this only against specific teams. Alter Ego, especially with Rizal, not Nino, they know that Rizal, he's not really comfortable on the Wanwan, therefore forcing Alter Ego to actually ban it out. And, you know, because Wanwan is very broken. We know how much presence she brings to the table here, especially in Season 11, but it's only on the hands of the right members. If you can't play the Wanwan properly, or if you can't bring out the full, you know, potential of that Wanwan in game, man, you get bullied to death and you have no say in the game whatsoever. The Joy, though, still gonna be respected, but it does open up a very good pick for Alter Ego. Fredrin, that can technically be flexed, but looking at Alter Ego, looking at their games, it has never been flexed, always in the jungle.
But this is interesting, right? This is already a change from Alter Ego, because usually when Alter Ego plays that first phase, there's usually a Farsa lock, but they are going for something a little bit more safer, something that can be flexed a little bit better, which is the Fredrin. And now Bigetron, though, they are going to have the chance to pick up something like the glue. But honestly, I haven't seen that coming into play, especially yesterday.
Yeah, I feel like they should just secure a hero for Moreno here.
Farsa.
Right? Perhaps Farsa, I like, as well as Eve might work, but okay, Rock will be secured.
Whoa.
But we talked about Flute. There you go, glue for inside of Bigetron.
Pretty interesting. Glue and the Grok, right? I mean, we already know that it's a solid matchup for Cerezo. We know how well he utilizes it in that XP lane. He's a very oppressive force in the XP up against Pi. Meanwhile, the Grok, a good flex pick. This has become one of the favorite picks for Bigetron Alpha to play with because of that flex potential and because, obviously, of its crazy disengage/initiation for the team. Now, looking at this, Bigetron Alpha are already building up for a pretty solid dive/front-to-back composition. It really depends how they want to take it in the later phases, but Alter Ego, I think at this point, they need to respect this, and they need, there you go, to go for a safer type of gold laner and even a safer type of mid laner. The safest being the Lilia, but the Yve with the anti-CC, technically, when you pop in the RWM, you need to, it just makes you, it enables you to go for the Flicker or Sprint. You don't need to go for the Purify on this hero.
A very, very solid response here from set of Alter Ego, right? Yeah, makes sense. Now, Bigetron, I feel like they should secure the Farsa. I feel like they got the Grok also for Moreno here. Picking up the Farsa.
Claude.
No, they want to secure Claude. Remember, week 3, Claude is a very, very popular marksman, and again, for a reason. Scales well, and again, just 2 power spikes items, right?
This is what I was worried about, right? Because yesterday when we saw the Melissa being picked up, the Claude was already banned, and I do believe that the Claude can win in that lane against the Melissa, especially after level 4 here. So very risky by Alter Ego, realizing the Claude was still open for Bigetron Alpha to pick up, especially going back to that keys to victory of how the laning matchup in that gold lane is very important. But in the second phase, Bigetron, they opt for the Terizla ban. So maybe they don't want to play... Oh, they want to win both of the lanes with the Terizla being picked up.
Yeah, good eye there. Nice spot by you, but we're going to take a look at Udil's comment first. Meeting Psycho again, we learn from each other and share our experiences. When it comes to chemistry, we still have good chemistry together. Just White, he's our secret weapon. Just like in RQ, that's what he said. Fiel said that Psycho, he isn't a substitute player. He is a secret weapon. Unfortunately, they didn't get to utilize him much, but here we're already seeing Alter Ego go and do that. But you're right, Aeterna, to touch on your point earlier, very nice eye to spot that out. Bigetron, they already have the Claude lane lineup against Melissa. Pretty good matchup there. So with the Glue, the 2 heroes that can actually be good against the Glue is the Yuzong and the Terizla. Yuzong, a bit of a fairer matchup, but still having a little bit of an advantage. Terizla, just straight off the board, no trades won by the Glue. So they are trying their best to create a winning lane for Bigetron Alpha, but also not just creating a lane for Cerezo to be safe in, also denying Pi from being that carry that we mentioned, like we saw in Season 10. And Alter Ego, they're going to take this time to focus on the mid lane. Moreno's hero pool, still very shallow this season. We've seen him pick up the Lunox, but he hasn't really found a whole lot of success if it's not the Valentina or the Farsa.
Well, I guess there's no option here left for Moreno, right? I guess Lunox is the only viable option.
as well.
Looking at the mid lane, what?
Kadita as well.
Kadita, perhaps it might work here against Alter Ego, but yeah, it might make sense, right? They need dive. Grok can dive, Claude can dive. Why not just go full on dive with that Kadita? So let's see, will it come through? And perhaps for a jungler, they might secure a Mortis here to secure really going head-to-head against a Fredrin. It can work here for the side of Super Kid.
We'll see here, right? Okay, so Bigetron, they've opted for the Lunox pick. I think it's a lot better than the Kadita. It's more damage, less 50-50 than the Kadita. It's going to have a bit more presence in that mid lane as well, especially because you want to control that mid lane. And the Lunox, I feel, clears a little bit better than the Kadita. But now Alter Ego, how are they going to close this off? They're already at a bad start in the gold lane. In the EXP lane, what option do they have going against the Glue?
Lapu. Probably the only option.
Oh. Okay, but the Cho and the Lapu pick for Alter Ego.
I was about to say, man, Psycho, we don't have a lot of data on this man, but I know he is a very good Cho user. And there you go. He picks it up. A comfort pick for Alter Ego. And basically with that, they are denying Bigetron Alpha the chance to pick up an assassin, right? The Ling, the Lancelot could have probably worked out if it was just up against the Yve and the Fredrin. But now, up against the Cho on top of the Melissa, I don't think you want to go for that assassin. There's a lot of lockdown. There's also the go away that really just negates these assassins. So Bigetron Alpha, I think the safest choice would just to be going for an Akai or a Martis, right? They're still going for the Lancelot. If they want to utilize this Lancelot, it has to build tank though, because I don't see him doing much if he goes for damage up against this composition.
Well, we'll see, right? I mean, yeah, I like it. With the Lunox, well, with the Chopic, rather, it somehow forces here with the Claude to use a Purify, right? So we'll see here, will that Purify come through? Because we saw a lot of Claude that uses Purify that just comes to fruition. And with that Lunox pick, it just adds more pressure in that mid-game towards the late game to be that damage, to be that carry, and dealing a lot of damage on towards the Fredrin.
I love the fact that we mention literally before the game, if Leo Murphy doesn't play, Alter Ego loses their identity. They don't have that aggressive hero or player to play these crazy heroes like the Cho, the playmaking heroes, and we see it directly. This is Alter Ego's response, and with this, they might be able to fill in that massive hole that Leo Murphy left when he left the squad.
Well, let's see here for Game 1. The Chaotic Derby will begin soon. Game 1 between Alter Ego and Bigetron. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Let's jump into the portal here as we're finally going to see as well, on top of everything that is going on top of all the drama between both of these teams, the fact that the two Kages are finally on the same team. We're finally going to see Psycho and Udil, and we're going to see if they still have the same effect like they did back in the day when they were still with ONIC Esports.
Okay, man. There's a lot to dissect here, but I think we will start with the jungle matchup first. Supercan on the Lancelot, he actually farms, clears camps faster than the Fredrin, and this is how they might want to utilize the Lancelot. They want to go for ganks early on, and that's exactly what they do here with the lethal contest.
Bigetron jumps in, Psycho using the flicker already. Oh my god, a Bigetron Alpha, he sees a weakness and they just go for it. They went for it, and now a flicker burnt.
Okay, already some very aggressive maneuvers coming in from Bigetron Alpha, like you mentioned there, Mirko. But remember, it's good that they have the Lancelot. It means that they are going to be able to be more mobile on the map. The Lancelot can also help clear that mid lane as well to get the objectives and get the pressure onto the side lanes. Even though technically they don't really need to, because they're winning in those side lane matchups. And it seems like Alter Ego now, they're the ones that's kind of confused how to maneuver around this, right? Because if Psycho wants to go for an aggressive play, he needs to wait for level 4. But Selly Boy,
it's going to be tough to get it. Yeah, again, it comes down to Alter Ego looking for scraps around the map. They have two losing lanes. Technically, Ryzel is going to be having a little bit more pressure early game, but the thing about this matchup is, as long as the Quad is able to survive that early onslaught, it's literally all good. He farms out with the Avarice Emblem and gets more gold in the end. Meanwhile, for Alter Ego, the only lane they can really punish is that mid lane matchup. But even then, Moreno on the Lunox, super sustainable, and this will mean Bigetron have more pressure to play within the turtle.
So Rizzo jumps in with split. Wave of Dragon pops early here. So Rizzo already mounting Celibo. The first neutral objective fight. Let's say it's going to be Supercan with the secure. Celibo now mounted. Not enough damage on towards him though. So Rizzo might be the juicy target. Alter Ego jumps in on towards him. First blood will be secured by Udil as Rizzo falls without the flicker.
I mean, it's unfortunate, right? Because at that point, Alter Ego Esports had an answer to Supercan. They had and was able to prevent him from getting that turtle with, of course, the Way of Dragon, but Psycho decided to utilize that onto Sorizo instead, and even that didn't amount to much.
Yeah. Beautiful maneuvers once again, like we mentioned. Bigetron will have more control with their winning lanes. The glue did die in the end, but Bigetron were able to find a lot of value in that play. Supercan, good maneuvers. I think one thing you can really highlight about Supercan, aside from the mechanics, obviously, is his pathing. His jungle pathing is amazing, but look at this!
Flicker, wall charge. Ryzel with the go away here, trying to survive. Supercan denies it. Way of Dragon on towards Supercan under the turret. Supercan still surviving that one. Another trade for Bigetron Alpha.
That sliver of opportunity that Ryzel had to kind of be able to win in that lane has already stopped here, right? Because right now, Marky already level 5, and Ryzel already getting ganked on, and Alter Ego Esports has not been able to do the same and put the same amount of pressure on to Marky. And this is the start of when Bigetron Alpha will start to snowball, and it's scary.
It's very scary. Why? Because that snowball potential is so real, right? Bigetron Alpha can say whatever. They have the freedom to say, we want to go to the gold lane, the XP lane. Even, right now, they can actually go in the mid lane with the Yi being pretty vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerable, though, I am very vulnerable to the skin. The skin weakens me, man. You guys should get it right now with the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen skins. They are available in the game all the way from the 18th of February to the 20th of March. So there's still a lot of time for you guys to enjoy that 50% discount on the first roll every single day.
But seems like Alter Ego Esports, they don't have enough time, because looking at their composition with Bigetron Alpha having something like the Lunox, that's also going to be very scary in the late game. But look at this.
Bravest fighter, real world revelation. Silly Boy securing that neutral objective now to fall out. Pie in the backside deals a lot of damage. Chorizo with the cancel. Barrier also put up, but Alter Ego and Bigetron will not force a fight there and then. No casualties, just a neutral objective secured.
Great contest by Alter Ego. You saw there they were able to really... Whoa. We have a 3v3 battle here. English versus Indo-Des. But anyways, the way Alter Ego were able to win in that skirmish was the fact that Bigetron Alpha really clumped up together. The AoE from Alter Ego is really small with the Cho, but when you get it with the taunt and even with the Lapu Lapu Bravest Fighter, it just all comes in. Bigetron Alpha, it's pretty weird to see them execute that team fight in that way, considering they have way more neutral objective control with the Lancelot and the Grok. They should have just taken the objective and left, just like in the first Turtle fight.
For sure, that's what I was wondering as well, right? And the fact is, right now, if we take a look at Ryzel once again, a 0-1-0 stat, hasn't been able to utilize what makes the Melissa so incredibly safe, right? That go away. You can see that even before, when the gank happened, Bigetron Alpha was still able to get a knock-up with the wild charge coming in from Key, and the go-away didn't work out really well for them, and it still allowed them to be picked off. So right now, I don't really see the point of the Melissa pick for Alter Ego Esports, especially that early in the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very safe pick. You are automatically going to be able to shove waves better than any marksman technically here, especially in the early game with your pressure. To understand this matchup even more, in that gold lane is usually how Melissa wins it out is with just the scaling power she has. She's a bully that also scales. Meanwhile, wait, Bigetron Alpha wants to go for this.
Oh, Psycho here still holding his flicker. Almost there. Bigetron will not commit more on towards that here. With the recall though, Turtle objective now. It will spawn. Let's see. With this space created, will it amount to anything?
That could get to my point, right? Melissa scales really well. Also being a bully, so she outscales and bullies other marksmen. Now the Claude scales better. That's why the Claude does a bit better.
Neutral objective will be secured by Sally Boy. Bravest Fighter pops as well. Marky, though, gets taken down now. Chorizo mounting Sally Boy. Damage will come through as he will take down Sally Boy. Moreno flickering away. Chorizo will be the target next. Alter Ego will not have that. And at the end of the day, it was Alter Ego securing the Turtle and the objective. Supercam though, whoa! He was forcing that fight in the mid side, but gets the space there in the turret. Ryzel 1v2ing. Oh my god, the double! He gets the outplay. Ryzel with the double early top side.
Wow, now things are getting interesting, right? Because both of these teams, they're starting to reach that power spike, and then they start to go aggressive onto one another. But the one thing that we've been seeing happening over and over, Bigetron Alpha may be able to get the neutral objective take. They weren't able to do it in that previous fight. But Alter Ego Esports, they always seem to be able to win in these team fights. Now, the question is why?
That's why you pick up the Melissa, firstly, right? That AoE damage and the punishment she has. Thing is, once again, she's very safe but can deal damage, even more damage perhaps, than Claude in certain situations. Now, Claude, sure, has a better time dealing damage with his Blazing Duet, only if no one's there to lock you down. Now, with the go away, and obviously with Psycho on that way, the Dragon, he's always going to be locked down and bursted down. Meanwhile, here, Moreno taunted.
Oh my god, he gets taken down, and Psycho now will be the casualty next. 1-for-1 as Bigetron looks for another engage. Alter Ego, though, does not want business. They want the mid side here. Bigetron struggling to clear the mid as Chorizo will be the source of peel, and they will clear the mid.
What I observed from that team fight is the fact that Bigetron Alpha has no damage, right? If Moreno is off the board, literally, Ken can't do the damage. Even with his abilities onto the members of Alter Ego, little to no damage, and that's kind of alarming, right? Bigetron Alpha, they're relying so much on Moreno and Marky to deal out the damage, and when any of these are picked off, especially with the fact that Psycho is on something like the Cho, the team fights get a little bit more chaotic for Bigetron Alpha.
Flicker while charge, and there you go, the shutdown on towards Ryzel. Bigetron will conceal for a defense now, as it's going to be 5v4. Will they commit to this Lord as item, though?
Look at Ken though. First, the positioning, bottom side, cutting the waves. This guy is such an efficient jungler. Even on the jungle, he's doing that. But as you can see from the items, I think the main answer to your question earlier, why are Bigetron Alpha losing fights, is the fact that they are not respecting their own winning condition. They need to get to those item power spikes before they go for an all-in. And simply enough, Lunox and Claude haven't gone those item power spikes. Now you're looking at them. What's... Oh my god, what?
Pi gets taken down 2v1. Now Psycho, though, will duke it out. Oh, take a look at the Phantom Execution. Psycho with no flicker gets taken down. Now, Selly Boy might be next as he will retreat, will fall back first after RWM has been popped. Lord has been resetted here. No, not resetted. It's going to be committed here from side of Bigetron with 5. Alter Ego very struggling to find a response here, as Super Ken, though, will see who will win the Retribution battle now. Health is at 3,000. Super Ken gets it, and Bigetron retreats.
Oh man, they still committed onto that with 2 members down, and Bigetron Alpha with a perfect Thorn Rose. Super Ken still able to get that away from Alter Ego Esports, and honestly, Bigetron Alpha set up for that way better, right? Because all the while that Alter Ego Esports was opening up vision onto the Lord setup, you can see that Super Ken was actually still in the bottom side, taking that wave down to be able to get a turret in the bottom side.
You can really see the impact that Super Ken brings to the team, man. When usually a standard jungler would just follow the calls of the roamer, Super Ken takes a different route. He understands completely how to play the game in the macro division. Now, again, this is what makes him special. This is what makes him a wonder kid. It's not just the mechanics, but also the macro from this guy, the big brain maneuvers coming in from the Lancelot. And like I mentioned earlier, these item power spikes, once Bigetron Alpha gets it going, this is what you can expect. Even them winning in team fights. Super Ken understanding the bottom side pressure, cutting it first, and then maneuvering up top to give Alter Ego a bit more to answer with, right? And with that, they're able to macro manage the waves really well at this point to just create more value on top of the Lord take that they were able to set up.
4,000 gold lead here, Mirko.
Pathing.
Wow, right? And Super Ken once again able to manipulate that bottom wave. They're going to be able to get the turret again, and without even a team fight. So Alter Ego Esports, they're being beaten with the macro game that Bigetron Alpha have been so good at lately, right? That's what I've seen has been developed by Bigetron Alpha. They're not just looking for those team fights, they're really good at that macro, at the objective way that they play. And Alter Ego Esports, they don't seem to have developed that yet. They're still very chaotic, they still want to go for the team fights, but they don't get anything in return or of value when they go for that.
And I think that's why we went for Bigetron Alpha, right? Looking at the team fights early game, I think we kind of expected that Alter Ego would have a significant advantage. And again, Super Ken just styling here. I don't think he got the orange buff, but he saved this Retribution. Anyways, back to the point. Bigetron Alpha, their composition was kind of made to lose in the skirmishes early game because of, obviously, their heroes, right? That item power spike isn't going to come naturally, but as we can see from the player gold by Uba S Gold, Super Ken just doing so well. The pathing from this kid is absolutely disgusting, right? Usually you expect these numbers from a gold laner, and you do kind of see that from Marky and Rizal being the second and third, but back again to the scaling, the scaling from Marky. He can die all he wants as long as he's able to farm consistently and get that Avarice proc onto the enemy team. Rizal is not going to have a good time when it comes down to the matchup in terms of gold. And again, scaling-wise, Claude scales a bit better to the late game, dealing a lot more DPS and even burst in a, well, technically the ultimate is DPS, but with the corrosion side, Golden Staff, and the DHS, even with the Malefic Roar, if he does choose to go for that, he will melt everyone, including the tanks.
It's such a rare thing to see, though, right? A jungler nowadays being the top in the gold lead, you know? It's usually going to be the gold lane, but I guess Super Ken is a monster now. Bigetron, though, with the setup for this Lord take. Let's see.
I mean, right now, right, Super Ken, he's not been going for the kills. All he's been doing is going for that macro play, but look at this. Conceal play.
Conceal play now. We have Dragon immediately purified, but Psycho takes a lot of damage there. Will not be taken down just yet. The watch out connecting also to Sally Boy, and Psycho will be taken now. And now Bigetron with the Lord secured. They're gonna go for the fight. Marky in the backside heals a lot on towards Rizal, though. Will survive. Bigetron now still with the full siege. Moreno flickering away, and Pi will be down. No, with the flicker, Bigetron looks for the end. Oh my god! The waves has on now. And take a look at Super Ken styling on Udil. Oh, Bigetron Alpha. Minute number 14, they are going crazy.
They truly are, and you talked about this, right? The power spike, Mirko. You could see that Moreno was playing a lot more aggressive as soon as he was able to secure that lightning truncheon, and you can feel the damage output onto these members on Alter Ego Esports. He now has the Divine Glaive, but oh my god, Keith!
They're going for the end, and Bigetron, there you go. He pulled the trigger. Sally Boy down, Pi down. The Lord is still up as Super Ken will focus on towards the base now. And a Bigetron Alpha, the red robot strikes first.
Boom, bang, bada bing. A clap from Aldo and Paulo as well. What a clean game from Bigetron Alpha. Early on, we saw some mistakes come through from this team, making a lot of uncharacteristic movements, not understanding their power spike, but again, it may just be because of that synergy issue with the roster currently changing every single match. But I think at this point, we can comfortably say that Bigetron Alpha have finally found the right lineup. With this, they finally were able to get a big wake-up call in the form of Alter Ego winning 2 team fights, right? A big slap to their faces saying, understand your item power spikes and the winning condition of your team. After that, Bigetron Alpha completely reset. Now, how were they able to reset? Super Ken. Give the MVP to this kid. He is absolutely amazing. When the team falls, when they lose track of what they need to do, Super Ken's right there to say, guys, remember what we're here to do. Neutral objective takes and item power spikes. Now, Alter Ego had an amazing draft as well, honestly. I think in the draft, Alter Ego's draft could have worked. Now, how could they made it work? With more early game aggression. We just did not see that because of how well the Bigetron Alpha heroes did up against aggression. We have the Brilliance from the Lunox, also a Flicker. We have a Purify and the BMI from the Claude. Super safe laners, right? Aside from the winning matchup, they have super safe laners. So even if Alter Ego try to force a lot of these fights, they're only able to get 1 or 2 in these skirmishes, winning fights. If Alter Ego wanted to win through Snowball, they needed to get at least a 4,000 gold lead, and that was just not going to happen with the neutral objective pressure and with the safe picks coming in from BTR.
I don't know, that's where I kind of disagree. I think Alter Ego badly drafted. I think Bigetron Alpha had the better draft, and if you mentioned that Alter Ego needed to be able to get that early, secure snowballing effect from that early game, how would they be able to do that, right? Because the Yve only pops off at level 4. And that's in the mid lane, right? With the Melissa, very late game as well. Lapu Lapu needs level 4, Cho needs level 4. Even if they wanted to go for it, the draft told them that they couldn't. The only early game hero that I see in Alter Ego is probably the Fredrin because of the utility, but other than that, they kind of drafted themselves in an awkward position. Late game, cannot. Early game, very, very difficult as well. With the losing lanes in all 3 fronts, Alter Ego Esports, I just didn't see a chance for them to come back from it.
I do agree your point, and again, to add to that, right, Alter Ego has no clear hero that can really catch that Claude, because as we all know, sure, you pick up the Claude to catch the marksman, but now we have Purify. It's very, very mainstream nowadays. If you're going up against crowd control, lower down your ego, bring that Purify, and that's what we saw, right? Multiple times where Psycho wants to find the Claude, it's just instant Purify.
Yeah, and you know, to answer your question earlier, I think the way Alter Ego could have taken the game would just be completely ignore neutral objectives. Go for the winning lanes that they kind of had early on. Because sure, the Cloud is a better matchup, but 1 to 3, it's still Melissa. And Ryzo was able to get Marky super low many times, but they just didn't capitalize. They could have gone for gold turrets. They could have gone for sieges up top and maybe even kill Marky, right? But again, they didn't utilize that side of the map. Even in the mid lane, we saw them find a lot of success against the Lunox early on when he did not have items, but they just didn't utilize it as much. They went for default gameplay, neutral objective takes, and they completely underestimated the power that Bigetron Alpha had when it hit the 8-minute mark. And I think that's what we can see from the itemization as well. Pretty standard from every single team. Yve also, Udil, opting to go for the Ice Queen 1 first item just to cover up the fact that the Yve has been nerfed with her second skill not slowing as much as before. So he's still building for that utility build, and like you mentioned, with this utility build, with the Yve getting the power spike at level 4, there's not much they could have done in the other side of the map. But like you mentioned, Fredrin, Cho, these 2 picks are made to skirmish, are made to fight. They just didn't utilize it on that side. They went for the neutral objective way too much. it did work a couple of times, but like I mentioned, it's not really optimal for them.
And talking about the Yve build, right? Building the Ice Queen 1 first. Now, this is where why I find the Yve fallen off in the meta, right? Because one, the Yve needs that extra slow because of the nerf on the slow. But two, the cooldowns on her ultimates have been increased really heavily. And so she also actually needs that Enchanted Talisman. So choosing one or the other, it becomes a little bit weak for Yve in these team fights, in my opinion. But these are the post-game stats.
It seems if we're just talking about base damage, Yve is still such a strong hero, and Udo always performs. Whether the team is losing or if the team's ahead, obviously he performs even better. But again, you're right. It really feels like here they kind of lost track of what they were supposed to do. Bigetron Alpha completely understood what they needed to do in the end. And with Super Ken getting the GPM, 10,000 gold at one point of the game, it was just so phenomenal to see this man perform. The macro plays were really impressive, and again, they just were able to extract and buy so much time for the team and even set up properly. With those charts, you saw a very small picture of the game, right? Where, you know, Alter Ego still were pretty close, but when you take a look at the objectives, it just says a completely different story, dominant by Bigetron.
Overall, a solid and convincing performance, right? Even though they changed, they tweaked, again, with the rosters, right? Marky now coming in, but I feel like with that performance, Marky finally, you know, stepped down a little bit. Not as too aggressive as before, but very in sync, very connected in that fight. As yeah, they're moving in one. Moreno also very, very good. He understands where he can use the flicker to just deal a lot of damage already with the items completed. And it's just a very solid performance from the side of Bigetron. If Bigetron played like that from week 1, they're a contender here in MPL 11.
Yeah, I think the main highlight is the fact that the discipline has been a lot better, right? Overcommitments highly reduced. There were a lot of moments where Bigetron Alpha, they lead, but Marky steps a little bit too aggressive into the enemy and he gets taken down first, but he's the one that needs to stay in the team fight to be able to dish out the damage. See, those are the little tweaks that we see, the micro changes from a Bigetron Alpha that have really improved their playstyle, whereas Alter Ego, still a huge question mark, right? I was talking about the hype between Odil and Psycho finally being in the same team after so long. But even then, sure, the aggression was there. But what else, right? That's the insane thing about MPL ID right now. It's not enough to be able to get those team fights. You need to be able to translate it over into something more important. And unfortunately, we just didn't see the effect of the duo Kage in the same roster again.
Yeah, and honestly, look at the gold curve. It's, again, this is just... It literally tells the whole story. It's the perfect story for Bigetron, not too good for Alter Ego. Bigetron with their composition, early game, the only goalie they can look for is the neutral objective take, right? Other lanes are just very safe and they just play it passively, and maybe the glue can play in, get a bit more gold. But like we mentioned, Alter Ego, I think I see your point, Eterna. You said, based on the draft, you just didn't like it. I think I agree here. Because it's Alter Ego, I don't like it. But if this was placed on ONIC Esports, I think they would have been able to utilize this, right? So the draft itself, with the win conditions that were pretty hard to execute, were there. But it was just not utilized by Alter Ego. We're still very, I don't know, very confused as to their identity, as to what they really want to fight for, making a lot of, I'm sorry to say, but amateurish mistakes here in the win condition department. Early on as well in the draft, we mentioned, or before the draft, that you need to prioritize Pi. Pi, when he makes or he gets the playmaking heroes, the winning lane, he always is able to perform. But again, they force Lapu into the second phase, and here you just see the new Wonder Kid, your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. You thought he could only do it on the Fanny, on the mechanical heroes, on the carry heroes. Nope. He performs on the Lancelot 4, 0, and 3. And let's take a look at the items here. What makes the Lancelot tank so good in terms of clear is that Molten Essence first item. Now, with the passive, you already understand that he will be able to deal more damage with his second skill and obviously the Retribution. It gives him kind of a buff, right? Then he maneuvers over to go for Sky Guardian Helmet and then the Thunder Belt, adding some more damage into the tanky build that he already has. Again, kind of enhancing that neutral objective control. And that's why you see in towards the mid game, it's just Sully Boy really struggling to get these neutral objective takes. Then in the late game, very good itemization. Usually we see the Hunter Strike from Vincent and even just going full damage. But here, he opts to go for the War Axe, understanding that on the Lancelot tank, you don't need the Hunter Strike. What's the Hunter Strike for? Burst. You need War Axe where you are fighting for a longer period of time. You are in the fight a little longer and you can get the maximum potential or utilization of those War Axe stacks. So itemization, perfect from this man. And also, if you look at the gold curve, again, playing around neutral objectives, and look at just how he's able to even invade early on. Right after the lethal, he maneuvers over to the enemy jungle, not towards the XP lane. He's a very smart laner or jungler in that fact with his pathing. And we're going to take a look at the highlights too here to really dissect what he did. This is what we mentioned, right? I mean, the way they played was really good because they already placed more killing pressure into the winning lane of Alter Ego. Now, these were the few moments that Alter Ego were able to find a lot of good fights, but again, usually, take a look at the death timers, take a look at the kills. Only 2, 1 member taken down. It was never more than 4. Even here, you can see the proper disengage from Bigetron Alpha, understanding that they can't go for the full team fight. Disengaging, getting 1 pick back, and then utilizing Moreno's power spike there on the Lunox to capitalize on the gold lane. And here, you can see the big question mark for Alter Ego, the positioning coming in. Psycho has already utilized the Way the Dragon, and Alter Ego, look, they were completely just zoned away from this team fight by who? By Marky. Now, let's take a look at the play. Look, Key goes for a wild charge, but who zones in the end? It's Marky right here. Udhil, Ryzel, they're not able to utilize that space that they had because of that. And it just creates such a good team fight for Bigetron Alpha. And in the end, I agree with what you said, Gani. Marky is playing with aggression, but he's calculated this time. It's calculated aggression. It wasn't the pure crazy aggression that we saw on in week 1 and 2.
I like your drawings.
Thank you, man.
Sorry.
I've been working on my drawings, man.
It's just more in sync, right? They're just more in sync, they're just more connected, and that's the way I feel like Bigetron can improve develop their game here in the coming weeks. But on that note, what can we do in MPL as well, or perhaps outside MPL?
I mean, after MPL, I'm gonna give my ticket to Miracle here for a date with his girlfriend, right? Because at Cinepolis, you can get a discount of 20,000 with the promo code CineXMPL, or you can also scan the QR code down below. Miracle, I keep saying Arashi because Arashi's usually...
I'm Arashi.
Yeah, he's Arashi
RQ's
today.
best team.
But yeah, there's so many promo codes that are available with Cinepolis, especially coming into collaboration with MPL. And you guys can get free tickets to just all the movies. I can't concentrate. What are you doing?
Gani is a movie himself.
I am a movie.
He's a ticket.
There you go. Or not. You can just scan the QR.
Right, yeah. Like, the thing about Cinepolis is the fact that it's surround sound, 7.1 visual, and audio all around you quality. So it's more than 360, if that even exists. That's how amazing the audio is.
More than 360?
Yeah.
What, 365?
1080?
Yeah.
280?
In my universe,
what?
it exists.
Well, in your universe, maybe in their universe, they'll stick to what works and just grab themselves some food on Grab Food, or grab a bike or a car over to the MPL arena.
Well, you can also enjoy a 50% discount and a 90% discount only on a Grab bike or Grab car if you want to watch it offline. So grab it now. Check the link, grb.to/MPL.
Or you can also just scan the QR code with your Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And that just gives you, MPL ID is just so amazing because basically they settle your entire life, right? Food, we have Grab, phone, Samsung. If I'm bored and I want to watch a movie, I go to Cinepolis. If I don't want to go out, I want to stay home and eat some snacks, Grab as well. Maxstream too. Or if I'm bored of watching and I want to play some games,
Mobile Legends.
Mobile Legends. Bang, bang. You guys are disconnected here. It's all good though, right? Because, it takes, I don't know where I'm going with this.
It's chill, but Miracle, right? Stop being an analyst. How are you feeling? Bigetron 1-0.
Well, you know, I'm feeling sad for this fan right here. He came here to the arena all the way from Padang to see Alter Ego win. In reality, he came here all the way from Padang for Alter Ego to lose game 1, but looking at Bigetron Alpha, they usually get debuffed, they get nerfed after game 1. Reverse sweeps 2 times this week.
But you know, it's okay, right?
It's okay.
Even though that happens, right? Because he's still here with a date.
Oh!
And of course, MPL has a promo code for people who are dating.
Wow.
It's MPL Date, and you guys can get a 20% discount for every 2 tickets that you purchase with a maximum of 4 tickets. And you can redeem that at Bleebly.com.
Wow.
Bleebly.com. Bring your date.
Rashi's in the building right now. He's sitting upstairs.
Yeah, with his girlfriend or his date.
Rashi.
80,000 in
Rashi
discount.
with the Indomart girl?
Yeah.
Ooh, Rashi. Hello. But yeah, let's jump into the drafting phase here for second game Pi. Take a look at your screen. Come on, Captain Sir Pi. Step up.
Okay, game number 2 here for the drafting phase, and it seems like Alter Ego and Bigetron have not opted to swap sides, so still the same approach from both of these teams, but what differentiates
Nothing so far.
is nothing so far. Literally the same bands come through, the Faramis, the Fanny, the Wanwan, the Kaja, the Valen, and the Joy. So exactly the same. If Alter Ego Esports want to go for the exact same routes, they are going to be picking up a Fredrin here. But
oh my god.
will we see a change? Still the same.
Okay, I'm just not a big fan of this, right? Again, I agree with Eterna now. It's just not a good draft for Alter Ego, right? Right now, they really need easier execution for the drafts. They need the drafts to enable them to go for easier execution because the team just hasn't found their footing properly on the MPL. So going for the Fredrin pick is just a solid pick. I think it can still work, but if they go for the exact same draft here, I don't see how they're going to get a dub. Bigetron Alpha, they can just go for the Glue Grok again, but this time they might actually respect it with a change, maybe towards... No, maybe not, all right? Maybe they just go for the Grok and Glue again, and let's see, yep, they go... Okay, there you go. That's the change that I expected, right? The Claude has become very prio recently, and with the Claude pick here, it basically forces Alter Ego to go for another Melissa pick or a Moskov. I think right now I would really prefer the Moskov because the Moskov Claude lane, Moskov has a say in how he gets the trade, how he gets the shove, and even in the late game, you can kind of say that he outscales the Claude depending on just if we're talking about the 1v1 matchup, right? Ryzel, signature pick, also that Claude, I mean that Moskov.
Now we'll see here the adaptation coming in from Bigetron. I like it, right? They understand the value of this Claude. They picked it up. Now Alter Ego can go for the Moskov and perhaps another hero. That's going to be also the Eve, but now they secure a hero in Pi. Terizla and Fredrin here in the first phase. Bigetron might answer with another Lunox, honestly.
This is a little bit more intelligent by Alter Ego in terms of that drafting phase, right? Because with the Terizla pickup, it won't be banned away, and Alter Ego have actually given themselves a very strong lane. The Terizla does really good in the laning phase, but afterwards, the mobility of it is kind of questionable. But whichever hero that Bigetron wants to put into the EXP lane, they have to think about the matchup against the Terizla, right? Because it's so strong.
Exactly, and that's why I think it's just a brilliant move by Coach Aldo to pick up the Claude and the Grok. So they're going to leave it at this. They're going to pick up a Lilia first and leave the Grok as a flex pick. So it creates so many questions again for Alter Ego, who have doubled down on the fact that Pi is going to be pushed on a winning lane. Alter Ego now, they might as well be forced to ban out the XP lane, because if this keeps on going, all Bigetron Alpha, all they need to do is pick up a safe laner like a Benedetta, a very safe laner who can get out. And for BTR, no gold lane picks. They can go for the Brody ban and next maybe even the Moskov ban. So they're doing the same thing that they did in game 1, only to different roles, which is such a good adjustment from Bigetron Alpha. Usually you say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They are thinking 2 steps ahead.
Again, very good response right from Alter Ego. But Bigetron, you're right, they also evolved in the drafts. And take a look at that respect. Alter Ego saying no to the Lancelot. That's been a while, right? Lancelot ban. But Bigetron, not Moskov though here, Mirko. They're going to bat out the carry.
Interesting ban here.
Carry.
You know, the carry does do pretty well up against the Claude, especially when carry gets Wind of Nature. Again, 2 Wind of Natures, you deal true damage, the Claude forced to back away, so I can kind of understand.
But there's like that small window, right? Because in the early game, sure, there is a little bit of an edge for carry. Level 4, the Claude is going to be able to have a little bit of an advantage. But that moment, that timing, that duration that is needed for the carry to build that Wind of Nature, there's a hole, right? So I don't think that carry is that strong against the Claude in lane.
I agree.
Honestly.
I really agree, especially after the nerfs. Maybe before the nerfs at M4, the carry, this Claude doesn't have a good time at all. But here now, after the nerfs, carry's early game has been nerfed quite significantly. So not a lot of pressure against Marquee on the Claude. Speaking of Marquee, 2nd place MPL P Season 8, 2nd place M3 World Championship, and 4th place MPL ID Season 10.
Well, let's see here. Bigetron, what will they go for here? Martis is still viable. Lancelot and Hanzo been banned, but no, they will secure the EXP laner here first in that Lapu Lapu. And Lapu Lapu and Turisla, not a fun lane, but then again, what Lapu Lapu can do more, just like the game they did yesterday, he can move faster than the Turisla.
Exactly. That's why I really expected something like a Benedetta if they really want to go up against a Terizla, right? Benedetta obviously going to be able to use the eye for an eye against the penalty zone and also that mobility, a lot of mobility to play with. Alter Ego probably going to be a Moscow pick here. Oh, they pick up a Franco. Pretty interesting up against the Grok and Lilia. But they don't go for the Moscow. They go for the Beatrix that does pretty well against the Claude. But again, here, the Claude should have a pretty okay time. And at this point, BTR, I think in the jungle, the safe pick, I agree with you, would probably just be the Martis. But knowing they have a jungler with very high mechanics and macro power, I think... Grok jungle. Oh my god, this is dangerous for Alter Ego. There's no way they put the Purify on the Beatrix, right? I mean, right now, this is that's Keys, Atlas, that's El Momento. They hit it so well in the draft, my goodness. You see, that's why that flex pick always gets you. Aldo utilizing the 3-lane flex pick on the Grok and basically catching Alter Ego off guard.
Okay, wait, how do we feel about this, right? How do we feel about this? I'm thinking about the drafts from both Alter Ego and Bigetron right now, and there's not really a particular person that Alter Ego can pick off with the Franco pick, right? The Lilia is so independent. Claude is very difficult to catch. And even if they want to go for that, the Atlas can come in and cause more havoc on Alter Ego. But we'll see.
We'll see. Land of Dawn, here we go for second game between Bigetron Alpha and Alter Ego. Will Bigetron Alpha clean house in the second game, or will Alter Ego equalize and force a game 3?
Oh, wait a minute. Key is already going aggressively, understanding exactly what Psycho wants to do. And again, early on, Flicker burned. His aggression from Alter Ego hasn't worked out. But I do want to talk a little bit about Bigetron Alpha's draft, right? Because what they were lacking in game number 1 was probably that mid control. Then they made up for it with proper side lane control. This game, they understand that with the Terizla pick, they're not going to have the proper side control. So they go for mid control. It's just really good covering up the holes. And like I said, that mid control doing a whole lot for BTR early game.
Take a look at the re-engage. They're forcing Key using the Flicker. And with that in mind, right, Udil here on a Yve, he still opted for that Purify.
It's definitely respecting, right? Because Key is Key. And we've seen so many moments and plays that Key can make, especially on the Atlas. But this is interesting, right? Talent's prediction, everyone else has converted to the Bigetron train, but Papulung, as usual, the alone person, but Psycho's alone too, and he's gonna get taken down. Already earlier on, Bigetron Alpha utilizing the fact that they have a winning lane in that mid side to start pressuring the other members on the board for Alter Ego Esports.
And it's just really smart. Again, if we take a look at Alter Ego, the way they were drafting is they put so much pressure on Pi. They want Pi to win lane. It's never a solo lane, though, if you're up against Bigetron Alpha, because like you mentioned, they utilize the macro so well. Understand that before level 5, Grok, the jungler, and the roamer will not get any XP and gold from the minion wave. So he comes up there, clears it out, gives basically Lapu all that XP and gold for no trades, and the Terizla actively just gets nullified there.
See here the first neutral objective take. Bravest Fighter pops. Penalty zone as well, but the Super Ken will secure the first load, and Sally Boy and Pino will be taken out in that first fight. Bigetron Alpha already winning the objective and fight. That's not a good sign for Alter Ego.
That instant level power spike that Bigetron Alpha took away, right? It's insane. You can feel the aggression just taking it up a notch, and Psycho, once again, he's not going to be able to be as aggressive as he wanted to or expected to on this Franco because of it. We can see even in that early game, right? Bigetron Alpha knew that they were so dependent on that level 4 that they actually rotated to that EXP lane to get that extra level 4. And as soon as that got popped off, you can see Key with the Fatal Links, Super Ken as well with, of course, the Wild Charge. And right now, Alter Ego Esports, they need to play a little bit more patient.
The passing from Super Ken, man, again, this guy is phenomenal. I've just been looking at how he's paths. After game number 1, I really need to put my eyes on him. And here you can see it again. Right after the turtle, where does he maneuver? He goes into the enemy purple buff, then into the jungle camp up top to the gold buff, and then to his own jungle. So he's not wasting any time at all. He is always farming, and you can see the level gap already. He's on a Grok against a Fredrin. You would expect Sully Boy to have a little bit of a lead when it comes to farming. But Super Ken with the just pathing gap.
Very efficient, very, very efficient. And right now, it seems like Alter Ego Esports, once again, they haven't been able to find anything on the board. Okay, but let's think about it a little bit, right? Because Ryzel needs to reach that power spike to be able to deal out the damage. Right now, it's already a bit tricky because Marky has already reached that level 4 Blazing Duet. And here you go, Key goes in once again.
Yeah, Fatal Links, Psycho, not a good sign. He gets taken down with that Wild Charge. Ryzel also will be the one to fall. Super Kendo will take a lot of damage. Sally Boy finally answering back 1 to 5 the total kills. And take a look at the mid side there. Lilia almost gets taken out, covered by Kid, but Marky will have the full gold plate bot side.
And guess what? The Beatrix loses a whole wave. Pi jumps in with the penalty zone, but like we mentioned here, the Franco, the penalty zone, the CC, team fighting that Alter Ego wants to go for gets completely nullified. And Chorizo also just super well played from this kid, man. He actually reset the turtle. He pulled it all the way there, noticing that Alter Ego was going to win that team fight. So the macro from this team is just outclassing Alter Ego.
There's nothing Alter Ego Esports can do up until this point. And once again here, they're looking for the contest.
No flicker though for Key. So let's see Fatal Link connecting onto Sally Boy, and take a look at Super Ken securing that turtle once again. Key now will soak a lot of damage, gets taken down. Wild Charge also connecting, but Sally Boy will be the one to fall as Pi now will not be able to survive as well. It's going to be 2 for 1, and Bigetron Alpha securing the second turtle of the game.
Honestly, I think the Lilia is so underrated with how valuable she is, right? She doesn't have to go for crazy items. She doesn't need to go for the mystery shop either. She can just go for more damage, and you can feel that damage just really hindering Alter Ego's aggression.
I think as a Franco player, you understand how annoying the Lilia pick gets, right? I mean, black shoes, that's all I need to say here. And they're going for something. It's only Key on the Atlas, and again, Franco against Atlas, bad matchup. Against Grok, bad matchup. Almost everything is a bad matchup. We saw earlier the emblems, not too much has kind of changed. Everything is basically the same as game number 1. And again, there's not really anything to point out here. It's just obviously just a massive draft gap for now. And like I said, Super Ken, he can just pop the Power of Nature. He can always just negate that pick potential from Alter Ego.
Franco's useless in this game.
Yeah,
honestly, right? Because if you take a look at Bigetron Alpha, who are the 2 targets that he needs to go for, right? Moreno and Marky.
Purify.
Marky has the Purify. And even without the Purify, he's already very difficult to catch.
Yeah.
Moreno, on the other side, it doesn't even need the Purify because of the black shoes. So it must be so frustrating already for Psycho to try and to handle Moreno. But on top of that, Marky is also denying that kill pressure that he's supposed to have. And Bigetron Alpha once again looking for the end gauge.
With their Purify Links, and there you go, connecting onto 3, combined with the Wild Charge, and 1 by 1, Alter Ego member will fall. Double kill for Moreno, 4 members taken out. Bigetron Alpha here, minute number 7 in the mid-game. They're saying something here.
Oh, they're saying we're stomping you. That's what they're saying right now. We are not giving you mercy at all. Marky, I wanted to say this right before the fight, has finished the Golden Staff in the 6-minute mark. That is It's crazy. It's crazy, man. That's a lot of damage early on. He's hit his power spike in 6 minutes. Usually you would expect the Claude, if he's farming normally, to get it at 8 minutes. He got the gold buff. He got the gold turret. Literally the whole thing. And here, Super Ken as well is able to find the orange buff. It's, oh my god, BTR are taking everything. And Super Ken again, the macro of this kid, the pathing. Marky even taking the jungle camp down below. They're not letting Udil defend this turret. Super Ken even walking, in between.
Now another failing onto it, Silly Boy. Not a chance. But top side is Rizal with the help of Franco. Will take Zorizo down. Psycho now will not be able to recall in time. Zorizo, take a look at the slow. Take a look at the damage. And there you go. Psycho will be taken out. Bigetron Alpha with the compensation.
It's so difficult to watch at this point, right? Bigetron Alpha, 6,000 gold lead in 8 minutes. And it looks like it's already over. Without the kill pressure and the pickup potential that Psycho has, Alter Ego Esports doesn't really have a really good engage tool, other than, of course, what Pi can offer. But even then, because he's so behind, it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to even negate the initial damage that could be placed onto him by Bigetron Alpha.
And again, this is something that we usually see, but I think we see it from Terizla and the Lapu right now. Fury Hammer, only the Fury Hammer. He doesn't need to complete it because it already gives you 12 physical penetration with just 800 gold, right? It's basically the steel leg plates of the physical department for damage and penetration. So it's a lot of utility. You already have a lot of base damage on Chorizo, on Pi. So this is what we are seeing now from most gold laners who utilize the Hunter Strike, but he's going in again.
The stun connects, and there you go. Psycho gets taken out. Bigetron now taking this slowly. Silly Boy trying to find the right damage. Bigetron will not commit more. Wow, what a discipline there. He didn't even use the fatalings there. So let's see now with the Lord take. Alter Ego Esports. Yeah, nothing to say.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's what has changed, what has evolved from Bigetron Alpha as a team. They were able to get a pick onto Psycho. Key realized that he didn't have to waste a big resource like the Fatal Links, especially before something big spawns like the Lord. So Bigetron Alpha instantly, they shift their focus, they start opening up the map, and they start setting up. But it looks like Psycho there got a pick.
Oh my god, take a look about Tiny. So Rizzo here.
Oh my god,
so much damage surviving. Rizzo gets taken now. Pi will flicker defensively. And take a look at the runaway, the retreat from Alter Ego. Take a look at top side here, Limit. Celebo caught. Oh my god, not enough damage. And there you go, Super Ken, the Greg Flex pick is here to secure the kill.
I just want to talk about the timing as to how they invaded the orange buff pre-Lord, right? The Lord was about to spawn in like 15 seconds. They decided to go into the enemy orange buff. So the main reason they did that was to just bait out resources or bait out a retribution. The fact that they got the resources and the retribution and 2 kills, yeah, free Lord. It's just crazy. Bigetron Alpha knows exactly how to utilize the map. And again, they're putting pressure on the orange buff. They're clearing in the mid lane, knowing that the base turret passive is still up. They want to build these slow pushes on the side waves. They do not want to go for a 3-way push for now. Also, look at Chorizo clearing out the top side faster than that bottom lane so that he can take the tier 2, or effectively, they can actually just use the super minions there, the enhanced Lord minions, to take the turret for free. They can just put their focus into the mid lane that is going to be coming in right on time, right on cue for the slow push in the bottom lane.
He jumps in with the perfect match, gets the stun. Oh, Fatalings onto it too. Combined with the blazing duet, Pi gets taken out. Marky, though, will not survive that one as well. Selly Boy will find the kill, and there you go, the collapse. 2 members only defending, but the Lord is still on. Super Ken trying desperately to take on the base, and a Bigetron Alpha, the red robots, will end the game. 2-0 finally this week. Bigetron Alpha claims a dub.
It's over. It's over, all right? 2-0 clean. And it didn't even feel like Bigetron Alpha had to sweat too much. That was just pure outclass of everything on the board. It was a macro, was so much better than Alter Ego. The way that they used the mind games onto Alter Ego. If game number 1 was a stomp, game number 2 was a slaughter.
It was a suffocation, right? I mean, take a look at the locker room here from Alter Ego. With Rossi, with Psycho. Same problem. Unimpactful. roamer here for Alter Ego.
Oh, yeah. It really hasn't changed. We expected Psycho stepping in to maybe change a bit, but maybe his hero pool is limited to just those single target lockdown heroes. Cho, Franco, not good at all against a team like Bigetron Alpha, especially after the Grok pick. I just really fail to understand the... Again, it's a Claude, it's a Lilia. When I saw the Franco pick, I was just, okay. Yeah, I mean, that's really hard to pull off. And like I mentioned in the draft, we mentioned together, Alter Ego really need an easier draft to execute here because the way they're playing, they haven't found their identity, they haven't found what really works in the team. If you give him such a hard draft to execute, you're just not going to get your results. You're not going to get your expected results. And I think we've been seeing this, the pattern, even yesterday against Aura Fire, they tried a very risky draft with the Lancelot tank, but without synergy, not like Bigetron Alpha, the way they did it here.
And honestly, I feel so sorry for the players, right? Because we know the potential that the players have, but they're not even given a chance from even the drafting phase.
Yeah, it's honestly sad to see, but yeah, the Fatalings were just... The Atlas last pick was the game changer, the Grok flex pick, right? My goodness, but again, ladies and gentlemen, it's sad to see. Who did...
Truly is, but we want to hear from a Bigetron. Let's take to the host, Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Bigetroopers, inilah dia Bigetron Alpha. 2-0 kemenangan yang begitu mutlak di derby STM yang begitu ramai, Ki. Derby STM ini gimana, Ki? Suasananya gimana?
Seru kayaknya, penontonnya lumayan rame kan.
Rame ya? Kalau dari Bigetron Alpha dan juga Alter Ego sendiri gimana? Apalagi kalau kita lihat dari season lalu, Bigetron Alpha itu kesulitan banget melawan Alter Ego. Apa yang berbeda dari kalian di derby STM ini?
Mungkin kita lebih main dengan komposisi kita aja, nggak terlalu mentingin musuh sih sebenarnya.
Oh, berarti mungkin season lalu komposisinya belum pas untuk melawan Alter Ego. Sekarang udah?
Udah.
Oke, dan juga biasanya kan ributnya tuh sama Leo Murphy nih kamu kalau lagi derby STM. Nggak ada Leo Murphy dan malah sekarang kalian berhadapan dengan debut dari duo KG. Gimana ngelihat pertandingan tadi?
Pertandingan tadi ya lumayan seru mungkin ya. Soalnya kan kita menang kan, makanya seru. Kalau kita kalah kayaknya nggak seru.
Oh gitu ya? Tapi duo KG gimana duo KG? Debut duo KG akhirnya?
Masih belum masih belum ngasih hasil yang terbaik mungkin mereka. Sama mungkin first debutnya Teguh kali kan. Dia kan baru balik main lagi, masih pemanasan lah buat dia mungkin.
Pemanasan buat Psycho. Ini menarik banget juga ya. Dan melihat ada player baru juga ngerasain derby STM ini. Super Ken, the Wonder Kid. Satu player yang udah dinantikan selama 2 tahun. Merasakan panggung MPL. Gimana Ken? Yang mungkin kamu udah nantiin 2 tahun juga ya?
Ya.
Gimana ngerasain? Tuh dengan apalagi Bigetroopers gini.
Rasanya main di panggung MPL seru banget. Apalagi penontonnya banyak.
Penontonnya banyak ya. Dan Super Ken ini sendiri dia berhasil menjadi MVP dari MDL. Lalu juga kita melihat bahwa dia 100% dengan kemenangan di MDL. Tapi di MPL kayaknya berbeda nih Ken.
Beda.
Baru bisa ngedapetin kemenangan sekarang. Kenapa nih Ken?
Mungkin lawan-lawan di MPL udah pada jago semua lah. Jadi mungkin baru menang.
Ada yang berbeda berarti ya?
Beda.
Berbeda. Apa Ken yang paling berasa Ken?
Ya main di panggung juga beda. Udah gitu lawan-lawannya jago semua.
Oh, lawan-lawannya jago semua. Dan kalau ngomong tentang jago-jagoan nih ya, kamu kan jago banget Fanny-nya. Sang Seng Song udah jadi salah satu hero signature juga dari Super Ken. Ada nggak player Fanny di MPL yang paling kamu kepengin hadapi?
Kairi.
Kairi, oh wow. Apakah ini adalah salah satu jungler yang pengen kamu temuin juga berarti?
Ya, dia jago soalnya.
Dia jago
Ya.
soalnya. Ada salam mungkin buat Kairi. Kairi.
Pas ketemu jangan serem-serem lah ya.
Kairi pas ketemu jangan serem-serem ya. Oke. Super Ken luar biasa banget hari ini. Dan Moreno. Halo Moreno.
Halo.
Nyanyi dulu dong.
Jangan.
Kenapa?
Nggak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa, tapi Moreno, suasana baru juga banyak banget player-player bergantian terus dari tim Bigetron Alpha. Apakah ini udah menjadi line up yang kalian butuhkan?
Kurang paham sih kalau itu.
Tergantung coach?
Iya, tergantung coach saja.
Oke, tapi dengan kedatangan dua mungkin player baru, Saken dan juga Ken, apakah membawa suasana baru untuk Bigetron Alpha?
Iya, soalnya mereka kan win streak di MDL, jadi ya kayak semangat banget gitu. Jadi ya kita jadi ikut semangat.
Semangatnya yang dibutuhkan
semangatnya,
ya?
iya.
Oke, dan kalau dari Moreno sendiri ngelihat mid lane sekarang nih ya.
Apa?
Mid lane.
Iya, kenapa?
Hero mid lane, mekanik apa yang pengen kamu lihat di mid lane, Moreno? Loh, gak apa-apa loh.
Tadinya pengen nyuruh Selo main Link mid.
Link mid.
Iya, Link.
Tapi?
Ya dia nggak main. Tapi
kamu mau main?
Enggak sih.
Enggak juga
Iya,
ya?
enggak juga. Iya, enggak
Tapi
juga.
ada yang kamu expect gak sih untuk mid lane mungkin hero-nya akan lebih banyak lagi? Atau hero yang pengen kamu nantikan atau bakal kamu mainin nanti di mid lane?
Lapu-lapu mid sih.
Oke, akankah lapu-lapu mid?
Ya,
akan
lapu.
dimainkan oleh Moreno. Tetapi sekali lagi yuk kasih tepuk tangan untuk kemenangan dari Bigetron Alpha. Dan begitu luar biasa pastinya perjalanan mereka. Dan kita akan nge-breakdown langsung untuk game ini. Hanya 2 game saja untuk Bigetron Alpha. Langsung aja Om Bawadi analis segmen. Silakan.
Bigetron Alpha continue to fortify themselves out of the red zone with that 2-0. Thank you so much, Budi, as well, for that interview. It was insightful, it was inspiring, and what stood out to you the most from that interview?
Honestly, Marky, right? I mean, this guy finally evolves from that match. Based on that match, he finally went in sync when to just overcommit, quote unquote, with calculation.
I asked about the interview. I was like, what stood out to you most?
Okay, it's
about
not
You were
Marky.
just thinking about Marky, man. What's wrong with you? What's up with you?
I'm a Marky
Marky
fanboy.
All right, so what about you?
He reminds me of someone.
He reminds you of someone. Yeah, that's what I thought you would bring up. But here, Key's Fatal Links were the key to BTR winning the second game in the Chaos Derby with Marquis in the gold lane. So there's a lot of keys here for the side of BTR.
There no more key?
Nope.
They have Ken and Saken, Key and Marquis. So they have the
it would be
KK
cool
Key
if
combo.
Delarski.
Oh.
And Beloyski.
Oh, yeah. They're all keys.
There's a lot of
Kyrie.
I mean, that's not a
let's
key.
stop,
Come on.
Let's stop. But yeah, back to that matchup, right? Bigetron as well as Alter Ego. Alter Ego, what's their standings now?
1-6.
1-6.
Same with
Same
Aura
with
Fire.
Aura Fire.
Yeah. But thing is, Aura Fire have been improving. Alter Ego have been dipping even more.
It's tough. I don't really have any words because honestly, I expected a bit more from Alter Ego, especially with Psycho coming in. But this is the highlights of the game that we just witnessed.
I think it's the same story here. I think we spoke about this many times, but it's just about how they were so default in the way they took these team fights, neutral objective control, even again, contesting when they were down 2,000 gold to a composition that's already winning, and this is just perfect. Key always does this. Oh my goodness, man. Like, at this point, it's just a wombo, right? But it's a wombo that's so easily found by BTR. It just doesn't even feel like it's impressive. It's impressive, obviously, for BTR, but looking at it, the way that Alter Ego basically let them get that team fight was kind of crazy. And here, even, this is the bait that I mentioned. 15 seconds on the clock for the turtle, for the Lord. They maneuver bot. Sarizo just popping off here. And again, this game, 11 minutes, you can't really analyze much, right? It's mostly just BTR utilizing their lead, playing default. And for some reason, Alter Ego responding with default too. Usually would think maybe you want to go for trades, maybe you might not want to contest a team that's 10,000 gold ahead, but Alter Ego saying, no, we want to contest and we want to do the same thing again from game 1 and 2. It's, you know what madness means, right? You know what madness is, right? Doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result.
That's definitely the downfall for Alter Ego this season. And the drafting needs to be repaired, the gameplay needs to be repaired, execution needs to be repaired. And, you know, I think Alter Ego should start considering looking for someone better to draft, honestly.
You're right. And you know what? What I think they are lacking? Ambition. I don't see any
The hunger.
drive. There's no like grit from this team here this season. It's just like, yeah, but it's now focused on to the MVP.
Okay, the MVP for that game was Key on the Atlas, right? No one could have seen this Atlas pick coming, but this was the reason. Coach Aldo, the architect, being able to use this pick to the advantage of Bigetron. And honestly, Key, I'm surprised that Alter Ego didn't bring more Purifies.
I don't know. It's just the heroes that they picked. The Beatrix, there's no way you go for Purify there. I mean, you can go for the Purify, but you really need that Flicker. It's so hard for these heroes to bring Flicker, and that's why they kind of draft themselves into a corner, right? When Alter Ego picked these... You saw, first phase, you know exactly where all those heroes are going to go. Fredrin, jungle, Terizla basically says Fredrin is going to the jungle. No flex pick there, and then the Yve. 3 picks that will go to that lane. Then you see... BTR. Sure, there's 2 picks that goes to mid lane and gold, but then there's the Grok. Flex to 3.
Sabar. Gas. Kabar yang guys. Aman. Ini kita di lapu, Sabar, itu bawah lagi kerja. Nice. Konsil. Aman. I have ulti Marki. Ulti gue 14. Cow dulu aja, Kor. Ulti. Perang. Fredrin. Awas dia bisa ulti. Ada dia bisa ulti, hati-hati ya. Hati Kor, baru udah. Gua masanya miss. No kick. Mati. Boleh cow dia. Lihat saya ulti di belakang 3. Fredrin dulu. Ya. Bantai. Nice. Lapu Nodes. Dapat lord kelas Marki.
Nice one.
Nice Marki.
No ulti.
Oke, mati depannya aja. Nice, Bang. Ada wave. Nice. Lapunya dulu aja orang. Nice. Kalem. Can lock, Pak. Bisa lock. Bisa. Nice. Gua banting. Ivin ulti. Awas. Nice, more. Mati dia.
Matrix stop.
Nice, Bang. You push top Marki. Ayo bulok. Go slow. Gak apa, Ken?
Gak apa-apa ya.
Gak apa. Gue jauhin Ken. Gue ditarik. Let go. Gak apa.
Belum apa.
Let go. Kalau nggak bisa tinggalin aja. Kuma barudak sih Kak. Dia. Nice score. Barudak. Last score. Let Korijo guys. Jangan ditinggalin. Bisa mati tuh. Aman Korijo. Nice, Pak. Itu. Bunuh dia. Nice. Ratakan dia.
Gak bisa lewat.
Ratakan dia. Iya. Woi, kalem. It's okay, Marki.
No gigit.
Let Korijo. Nice score.
Pisahin.
Pelan.
Sabar.
Ivy dulu aja. Ada lihat gua enggak?
Gak bisa.
Pelan dong. Ivy ya ke gua.
Nice one.
Saya enggak tuh? Bisa. Nice
more.
And that was the mic checks for Bigetron Alpha. And you can see that Key really is the anchor to that team. He was making all the shots. He was reminding the players to, calm down. Don't get too heated up, especially with the comms. And it's insane to see that Key has come so far as a player as well.
As our scriptwriter would say, he's the alpha in Bigetron, right? He's the voice of Bigetron, the main shot caller.
Very vocal, and that leadership, right, is what I feel like Alter Ego needs in their comms, right? The details, the shot calls. I feel like with Key leading Bigetron, it might actually, bring them somewhere with newcomers as well. I want to see them develop. Alter Ego, they need that alpha figure in the team.
Honestly, I do think that Bigetron Alpha has a shot this season, Mirko.
Looking at the lineup, looking at the new talent they brought up from the MDL, yes, it's definitely there. But again, it comes down to how they stay composed and stay consistent, because I think consistency has been the main problem for Bigetron Alpha. BTR's on-point symphony of skills stopped Psycho's rotations from early game. Again, it's pretty self-explanatory if we look at it. The way they were able to win the game was mostly, in my opinion, them playing the way that they play, but Alter Ego making a whole lot of mistakes, right? Just not respecting the damage, the utility, the stuns. Early game, we saw Psycho. I guess you could say it's because of the lack of experience on stage in Season 11. He was just making a lot of uncharacteristic plays, walking up as a Franco, playing it, I think like we mentioned, Gani, in the interview, like a ranked game. It really felt that way. They were playing default every single game, and I think you brought up a very good point. It feels like the hunger for Alter Ego is just not there anymore. There's no desire to win. Even though the players are still saying it, in their performance, it doesn't show.
The grit, the drive, the ambition to develop, that is what I guess sets apart Alter Ego and the other teams. Even Aura, we saw a change. We saw that
the vlog with the yells.
They want to improve. They want to improve their game, and Alter Ego up to this point, we haven't seen that.
Not convincing. Definitely not a convincing performance. And it's scary because we're already in week number 3. And remember, this season it's only 6 weeks. And they don't have enough time on their hands to repair things because really is limited right now. But what isn't is the fact that you guys can join Indomart Point Coup, join their membership or loyalty app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomart. By becoming Indomart Point Coup member, you guys can get points for every purchase, and you guys can get free products or even special merchandises or even presents. So don't forget to download the app because all 3 of us have it on our Samsung phone.
Boom, bang, bada bing. You know, I think you also brought up a pretty good point right before the highlights or the mic check. You need to find someone who can draft better.
Oh.
Yeah, at that point, it's harsh, but I don't think it's harsh because you hate the team. It's harsh because you want the team to improve, right? Looking at it, they have a very good analyst. I think ours, with his experience in the MDL, how he was able to draft for Alter Ego X in the global ban system, it was really good. And I think ours having more of that voice in the team would be great for the team, right? Maybe promote him to head coach. Maybe we need to see that kind of change because I saw the potential that ours brought to Alter Ego X. 2nd place finish in Season 5, I believe,
Exactly.
with ours.
Exactly. There needs to be a change somewhere or one way or another, but you know, even if they do change it up now, maybe it's for next season. Because coming to the end of today,
a little bit too late.
It's a little too late. It's also a little bit too late for Aura. But
It's basically week 4, right?
Yeah.
Basically week 4, it's week 3, day 3, so yeah, it might be too late. For
And
this.
because Bigetron Alpha have solidified themselves in that position, they are going to make it a little bit more difficult for these 2 teams to go up. And at this point, I don't think it's possible, honestly.
Looking at the team right now, how they're performing, how they're drafting, how they're playing, I can sort of agree. It's kind of harsh, but it is the reality that we are facing right now. Obviously, Alter Ego can prove us wrong. They can still do it. Maybe they make some crazy adjustments and somehow they're able to, you know, manifest a win streak later on. But like you said, it's getting very bleak for this team. Week 3, they've already played 7 matches. We're at the halfway point. They need to win streak all the way to get playoffs.
Yeah, it must be exhausting for them as players, right? And hopefully after they do the training, they can get a little bit of rest, right? Because, you know, if for those of you who actually make it to the venue, we do have a stand for Maxstream where you guys can download an app that combines many OTT and channels so you don't have to switch between apps. So don't miss out on cool and exciting shows. Watch it only on Maxstream because they have There's Love in Game, they have Love Coach with Rachel. We actually told Sheffin to watch that. Love Coach with Rachel. So we can get the MPL promo code.
Rachel Eterna?
MPL dates.
It's Rachel.
My bad. You know, my bad. I thought it was Rachel Eterna, right? Purple hair.
Purple hair girl? Okay.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Is everyone okay? What's going on?
I haven't moved on from that match to another very fast.
It is a very sad match.
Okay, well on that note, we have another match here.
We do.
We do, but I think we need some time to reset because of the emotions that each and every one of us are feeling right now. It's not easy to see these really big teams start to fall and falter in their journey, especially now this season. But remember, the next match. Who is
ONIC,
it, Connie?
Rebellion.
ONIC and Rebellion. So on that note, Eterna, Connie, and Mirko will sign off. Wait, okay, you take it.
It's okay. We'll see you after the break, guys. Bye-bye.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. It's incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔な。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me this?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
気張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
こうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
Green light.
I mean, all the time.
Black light. Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti kuas, pasti beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now. Incredible.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan Grab Car pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss.
Will we crown ONIC as this season's half-season champions? The answer will be given to us today in this matchup against Rebellion Zion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, day number 3, week number 3, as our closing match is upon us. But today on the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko. And before we begin to figure out who is going to get that champion title, we're going to thank our sponsors. MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament phone Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Our official mobile internet partner by Telkomsel. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. We have our partners in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, Blee. Our official broadcast by Maxstream. Our broadcast partner by Tefer Esports. And our partners Indomart and Point Coffee. Last but not least, we are supported by PBSE. In the closing match of week number 3, so many stakes are at risk here. If ONIC Esports win this, we don't need to see the deciding game for RRQ next week. But if they lose,
there's a possibility the Kings of Kings might take the half-season champion. Again, Rebellion Zion. Yesterday, they lost against RRQ. Will they be able to somehow reset and bounce back, going against another empire?
So far, we haven't seen that happen in MPL Indonesia, right? Rebellion Zion have yet to win against ONIC in, well, ever since they joined, honestly. Season 8 all the way to Season 11. Unfortunately for Rebellion Zion, history is not standing with them. ONIC have been able to take them down every single time since their debut, which is kind of crazy, right? Because Rebellion have gone wins against almost every single team, or literally every single team except for ONIC.
That's how they were able to achieve that title, right? The Giant Slayers or the King Slayers, but the King of the Skies themselves still remain untouched. As you can see here, like we mentioned before, Rebellion Zion is going to be the ticket for ONIC Esports to be able to get that half-season champion title. And maybe for those of you who forgot, last season it was taken by EVOS, but right now, because of how the standings have shown themselves, it's not a possibility for EVOS this time around.
Between ONIC and RRQ, right? And if ONIC wins this, it's going to be official. But on that note, right, let's talk about these two matchups.
Let's see. One more step to claim the half-season champion with ONIC's domination against Rebellion. Now, even here in MPL Indonesia Season 8, we did see Rebellion Zion go all the way to a full game series. Then it's mostly ONIC with the dominant 2-0 clean sweeping Rebellion Zion. Again, when they debuted in Season 8, they did not make it to the playoffs. Season 9 as well, but in Season 10, we've seen the rapid progression from this team. Now, unfortunately, the composition of the rosters right now for Season 11 is a bit different to that Season 10 roster. No Dyron, no Fearless Cars, a good addition to the team. And also recently, they've just promoted one of their, prodigies from MDL, Big Mac, as the XP laner has been promoted. We haven't seen him on stage just yet, but even with Vincent, it does feel like Rebellion Zion have a little bit more of a chance right now to get a victory against ONIC, who may be a bit confident or too overconfident, right? Up there 6-0.
Yeah, right now ONIC Esports still with a little bit of a similar pattern, except against RRQ, right, where they won 2-0. But other than that, it's always been a best-of-3 series. So hopefully in this upcoming match, I think it really depends on ONIC, right? Do they view Rebellion Zion as a contender, or as a threat, right? Because RRQ 2-0, right? And that makes sense. But yesterday, 2-1 again. We'll see if the same pattern continues, because with both of these teams, what I've noticed is ONIC Esports, they're very flexible. They like to play with a variety of heroes, whereas Rebellion Zion, actually, on the other hand, they like to play to their power.
Yeah, especially for these two players, right? Sans and Suelo. Sans, very flexible, very creative with his picks. Meanwhile, Suelo, he sticks to what works for him, right? Yves, Lunox, and Julian. That's all the three heroes I think we have seen. Valentina, obviously, being one of the heroes that they shared together. If you take a look at the chart of team player, it just shows that overall, ONIC, Sans, he is, known as the #1 best mid laner right now in MPL Indonesia. But you can see right now from Suelo, it seems like from the statistics, it shows that right now he is a better sieger and he is more willing to risk his life to deal damage in these team fights. Sans, though, however, with his creative picks, we've seen him even on a Grok and HO, which is crazy. And the fact that he makes it work, it isn't like this Grok was just a gimmick pick. No, he knows exactly how to utilize the Grok, which is scary. This is where the Valentina, why we said the Valentina earlier for Sans is so scary, is because he knows what a lot of heroes' ultimates do. Exactly everything, every timing, and even the limits. Because he has transitioned from the jungle role into the mid lane. It makes him so much more dynamic. It makes him understand what every single member on the enemy team really wants to do as a gold laner, mid laner, jungler, even roamer, having that experience with him playing the Grok and the Cho. But what's crazy is the fact that he can change his playstyle. Usually, he's that carry-centric mid laner on the Farsas and Yves. On the Grok, he switches this up completely. He doesn't go for damage, he goes for initiation-heavy plays. And he becomes the playmaker for the team, where he's all good taking the damage, soaking it in, and even buying time for his team. Because in the end, he knows that with the composition, his team's got his back. One time's picked up, 100% win rate in Season 11. Shows you how much of a menace this man truly is. A lot of streamers even, talking about him, maybe too much, because he's just been shining brighter than all the other members. Also, what gives him a morale boost is he got picked in the national team for Indonesia, representing Indonesia in the SEA Games for 2023.
Well, on that note, right, let's talk about Suelo, because you're right, a different playstyle here coming from this guy.
complete opposite, right? For Rebellion Zion, it feels like they need Suelo to be on these carry picks. On the Eve, he finds the most comfort here. There's even a comment from Moreno asking him to play other heroes. Don't just stick on the Eve. And he has proven after that game that he can play a lot of different heroes, but it still stays. He's a man damage dealer. He can also provide utility. He's a bit more dynamic as well as a mid laner, though he has a limited hero pool. He can play as a playmaker and also as a carry, though he does find more comfort playing as a carry. He just watches his position every single time. Again, this is where he finds his comfort, playing in the back line, dealing damage with his front line, properly disengaging and covering for him. And that can be his strength and also his weakness, because against teams who are much more dynamic, who can understand going in from different angles, can make Suelo's life a hell in the game. That is where Rebellion really falters, right? When they don't get the proper front to back, when they get initiated, when they're forced to play the tempo of the aggressive teams, Suelo just doesn't find footing. But when he does, you can bet your house that he will carry the game. He is literally the carry, even sometimes more so than Highs for this team.
So we're going to see these two players go head-to-head here in the mid lane, and I'm actually curious. So it's going to be Sans in the mid lane, right? So it's not going to be Drian.
Maybe.
We'll see.
It's still up in the air, right? We have to see the official team lineup, but again, ONIC, that's right? That's the question, like, who's going to play any Drian? Is it going to be Sans? Is it going to be Samo, even though Samo has not yet debuted in Season 11, but that's a viable option for ONIC. This team has the depth of doing that, right? Very flexible, yet the outcome is almost the same.
That's the one thing that's remarkable about ONIC, right? They have different layers to their roster, but every time they use a different layer, it seems like nothing much has changed, but perhaps only in playstyle, but performance-wise, not so much, and that's very different to the other teams. Meanwhile, we do see the keys to victory here for ONIC Esports.
Here, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G, optimize the hero pool of ONIC players for flex picks. We've seen that almost every single one of these players has a very deep hero pool, and the mirror, he needs to mirror the movements of Arco and Suelo, the Starboy himself, the reason Rebellion Zion has been finding a whole lot of success. Ever since Arco joined Rebellion, they found a new identity centering around Arco and Suelo. Even more emphasis on that now that Dyron and Fearless are not in the lineup. But on that note, we're looking at him, Suelo himself, the man, the myth, the legend. I'm just waiting for Arco to pop on screen. There he is, the star boy that can be the star man in this matchup. Keys to victory for them. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Getting Eve can be an advantage. Now, why is it can be an advantage? Oh.
Everyone's pointing at the Star Boy.
Everybody's pointing at the Star Boy. Beware of pickup strats from Keyboy and Sans as well. I think Arco will, have some notes there. High's looking pretty ill himself, but that's why he's such a good player, because he's just so sick.
Is he okay, though?
I think he should be okay.
I think last week we saw that Chico had the same thing on his forehead. Are they ill? Are they okay? Hope they're okay.
He's a sick gold laner.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
He is a sick gold laner.
Going back into this game, right? Rebellion, Zion, and ONIC Esports, one of the main differentiating factors between these two is that ONIC Esports have just looked so in form right now. And honestly, the performance of Rebellion has faltered. And this is interesting, right? Because I love Chico. I think he's an amazing coach. I think he outdrafts his opponents a lot of the time. But going head-to-head against Yebs, now, do you think there's a distinction between the way that they draft that we can expect, perhaps, Yurgani?
I mean, for sure, right? Chico, fantastic drafter. But sometimes the problem is not with the drafts. The players sometimes, the execution of the players, sometimes they hesitate. Whereas Yeb can be more creative, because he trusts that the five ONIC members that is going to Land of Dawn will execute it to perfection. That's where the main distinction, Yeb can get more creativity during the drafts.
When your mid laner can play the Grok and Cho, you just have so much flex options, and that's what Yeb has been utilizing, right? I love the fact that he's playing through his strengths, and I think with the addition of Coach Adi stepping in as an analyst position, we've even heard R7 say that if Adi is placed in an analyst position, the team just is so good, because he enables a lot of these crazy picks to be picked depending on the matchup.
And now, finally, we get to take a look at the official starting lineup for both of these teams. And I'm wondering, from the side of ONIC Esports, it's still going to be the main five: Sans, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and Keyboy. So up until this point, Samo has not been played, and Drian only once, I believe.
Yeah.
And now we're going to take a look at the side of Rebellion Zion. Is it going to be Sayap playing? Is it going to be Cars? But there you go. You just mentioned it. Big Mac finally making an appearance here in the EXP lane.
Damn, Big Mac coming in, stepping up, debut against ONIC. You'd expect, a new player to debut against maybe a team that is more equal to them, but all right, I like the confidence.
Let's see, will this team bring down the another yellow empire as Rebellion Zion will walk to the stage?
I finally get to see something new from Rebellion Zion, but I'm scared that they've put in someone a little too late into the season. Like, new players, they give two options, right? Either the chemistry definitely very off, or it actually works out. It really depends. Chemistry is important, but chemistry for ONIC Esports, it never fails.
Well, let's see. Will they be able to defend their yellow empire as well? ONIC, as they are entering the stage.
With their big win yesterday, it does seem as though ONIC are undefeated, unkillable, unstoppable. This team, 7-0 is what they are aiming at. And right now, looking at the momentum they have, bringing it up 2-1, reverse sweeping EVO's Legends, it may very well be the case.
They're going on a rampage here, Gani and Mirko. It's crazy to see. I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday when I was like, are ONIC Esports bored of winning all the time? There's just such a huge disparity between them and all the other players. But as you can see on your screen here, the two coaches going head-to-head.
It's going to be very scary, right? We're talking about ONIC giving me Season 3 vibes where they went undefeated in the league regular season, and they're very well on that track.
That's what's crazy about this team, man. The fact that they have stayed consistent with this lineup for, what, 5 seasons now. Season 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The top 3 finishes in the regular season every single time. You'd expect a team like this that has found so much success to underperform sometimes in the local league, right? Maybe because they found so much success, they've gone too comfortable. But no, they're always hungry.
They're always hungry and they're always comfortable, especially with that amazing device in their hands, right? It is the Galaxy S23 series 5G, and the specs are incredible. 4nm Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy with RAM up to 12 gigabytes, a memory of up to 1 terabyte, a screen dynamic of AMOLED 2X with 120Hz refresh rate that makes gaming all that smoother. And the battery is 5000 mAh, which basically means that you don't have to charge even though you're pushing rank all the way from Epic to Mythic Glory.
Take a look at your screen. He was almost taking a selfie.
Yeah, he thought it was a mirror because of the quality of the camera there.
Exactly.
He knew it. He wanted to check his hair if it's all good. You don't need a mirror when you have a Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. And while you have that phone, right, it's a brilliant phone, but where do I can't find connection without quota.
You don't even have to look for quota at this point, right? Because at Dunia Games, they offer you an amazing, amazing deal. Because every time you buy an item or a voucher in a game, Mobile Legends, you get free 3 gigabytes of quota. And
what the heck?
That's enough.
That's value,
enough, right? So if you're interested, Mirko, as well as Gani, you can scan that QR code. Right now with your Samsung phone.
They're displaying my Samsung phone on the desk, so I'm sorry. Maybe I'll take it home later tonight. Eterna, don't worry, I'll scan it. I can always watch the replay.
Okay. But going back to your point, right? You mentioned about how consistent ONIC Esports has been. And the thing is, there were moments where ONIC Esports showed weakness. And honestly, that weakness, I believe, has been filled with Kyrie coming into the roster. We saw Sans faltering in that jungle position. And ever since Kyrie stepped in, it feels like there's nothing much that people can exploit. But there is a fun fact here by Grab, a Big Mac, the new player coming into the roster here, previously represented the province of North Sulawesi in PON 2021.
Yeah, the 20th PON in 2021, we saw a lot of new talents, a lot of new rising prodigies, and I think a lot of them have actually been scouted in the MDL. A lot of teams have picked them up, and we're seeing a new generation form in the MDL, still developing, however. For Big Mac himself, one of the standouts in that PON tournament as the XP laner, getting well, you know, scouted by Rebellion Zion and now given a chance to finally display his skills on stage. We'll see how he does up against the defending Season 10 champions.
So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase for game number 1, the last match, the deciding match of who gets that half-season champion title. Rebellion Zion here with the first pick, ONIC with the second, and looking at the drafts, it feels a little normal, right? Rebellion Zion or whoever opponent is in the face of ONIC Esports, they usually go for the respect ban towards a Kyrie, and you can see the Hayabusa being banned out. The Kaja, though, is the differentiation that I believe that we can see here from Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, I feel like with Kaja, right, it's not really with Narco's signature, so they're opting for another hero, perhaps a Big Rock later on, but now with ONIC being second, it's just Prio heroes, right? 1-1 banned out, Joy banned out, perhaps Valentina and Faramis here. We might see a Valentina Faramis trade, perhaps.
Yeah, if Rebellion Zion really want to go for the Glue pick or a Valentina, they should... yeah, if they want to go for the Valentina pick, just ban the Glue, right? Glue banned out now, ONIC forced to ban either a Faramis or a Valentina or to leave both open. I think for both of these two heroes to be open, they can trade it. They have a very dynamic mid laner. Not too sure if Keyboy can utilize a Faramis in a flex position just like Vin, but again, just having these two picks up is a very good thing to have if you're ONIC, knowing your flexible potential.
ONIC Esports now, I think the Yve could be an option, right? Suelo loves the Yve. Rebellion Zion do have a chance to pick that up, but no, ONIC Esports actually go for the Claude pick. Sorry. So Rebellion Zion, they are free to pick up the Yve if they want to. I don't think that it's that prio to pick up earlier on. They can go for a safer pick like the Fredrin, and as well as the Faramis.
I think Valentina is just the best option if you want to go for something like that, but they do go for the Fredrin first here. With the Valen, you kind of stop that Faramis combo, right? Because you can actually steal it and force it out. Now, ONIC have the chance to just pick up the Valentina if Rebellion Zion want to go for that Faramis. Coach Jeff has a comment though. ONIC is now strong for me because of Adi. He's a very good coach, and ONIC is very happy to have Adi as a coach. ONIC responding differently though, not with a Faramis or a Valentina. They go for the Farsa pick.
Wow, very signature sounds, right? He likes the bursty hero. He likes performing on this Farsa. Remember, game 3 yesterday against EVOS, he managed to give his impact in that game. He wants to replicate that, and there you go. With that wallet early here. Wow, ONIC, they are bringing some new heat here. The question is, where will he go?
Now, this is curious, right? Arlet can be flexed. We've seen him in the jungle position. We've seen him as an EXP laner as well, but he's so new that I'm not really sure about his power, right? Because a lot of people are saying that Arlott is a little late game. Do you agree with this?
It really depends how you build him, right? Because honestly, it's a very laning-centric hero. Now, for me personally, Arlott really needs to get that snowball rolling if he wants to take control of the game. We saw this from Cars when Rebellion Zion won against Bigetron Alpha with the Arlott snowballing from the early stage of the game, was able to solo kill Super Ken on the Fanny, and with a wombo combo with the Grok, he was able to literally obliterate Bigetron Alpha, right? So ONIC here with the Arlott, what I like about it is a flex pick, but maybe not for long. I think it's gonna go to the XP, confirmed now with a Fanny pickup for ONIC, up against the 1-1 and the Yve. It's a good last pick for the first phase, and ONIC understand it because they can now ban the Hilda and a lot of the counters.
Last time, right, ONIC did this as well, banning out the Hilda and Masha. I really thought that ONIC wanted to pick up the Atlas to close the first phase, but no, they went for the Fanny. Now, this is a gamble. Remember, it was a Ling yesterday against EVOS, and they didn't manage to secure the dub. Securing Kyrie's hero in the first phase, but Rebellion, they're saying is, all right, okay, let's eliminate the options for Marksman here, even though we have not secured a Marksman ourselves. So it's a battle of the Marksman here, I feel like. It's gonna be deep. They're gonna go deep.
They are gonna go deep. On top of that, right, I have a icky feeling about the composition from ONIC right now, because the Farsa definitely can be cancelled very easily, the Feather Airstrike by the Grok. And the one thing that I'm worried about, sure, right now Rebellion Zion doesn't have a source of click point stun to lock down the Fanny, but with the Fredrin and the Grok, it still can be flexed, and Rebellion Zion can still pick up someone with a single target lockdown.
Yeah, they certainly can, right? The Cho has made its appearance a whole lot of times. ONIC, though, Gonna still just focus down on the gold lane. Moskov being a very good counter to that. Rebellion Zion needs to be careful. I think right now, with the heroes looking as it is for the gold lane, the only hero that can be good against the Fanny is the Melissa. The only hero that's left, right? That can be good against the Fanny in the gold lane. Moskov, with his Spear of Misery, can deny the Fanny. I think another option that Rebellion can think about, single point stun as well. Brody, yeah, with the second skill. We've been talking about that second skill a lot.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate the Brody, right? If the Moskov is off the table, the Brody is a really good option for them because of that source of CC that it has with the second skill. But Rebellion Zion now need to start limiting things out, but the Cho is going to be the choice for them. This is interesting, right? Because we thought that maybe Rebellion Zion would want to pick that up for themselves, but realizing that ONIC could use that as well, they have opted to ban that out.
Well, again, yeah, Rebellion looking for the Cho ban. So I guess they're signaling potentially an assassin here, EXP Grok, EXP Fredrin. But Melissa should be the answer here for ONIC.
Yeah, I mean, right, CW, there's not much else here that could have been picked by ONIC. They want to take it away as well, one of the good heroes against the Fanny, so they deny pick from ONIC. And I think right now, they're setting up Choban, mobility, right? You're mentioning Assassin. I'm thinking of Highs, and I think instantly of Harith. He's been popping off on the Harith. The Cho is a very good hero that goes up against the Harith. Single target lockdown might force that Purify, and he'll need it up against this kind of composition. So Rebellion can go for the Harith, but if they do go for the Harith, they need to put the Grok in the roam position and get a solid XP laner that deals physical damage. Maybe a Lapu or a Paquito. Now, this Paquito should go to, it's a very good flex pick for now for Rebellion. Wow. Well, they have a physical damage threat. There you go. Fits perfectly for the Harith pick if they want to go for it, but it will still just be the Brody, leaving only one magical damage hero on their composition, which is Sway Long on that Eve.
A safer pick, right?
Safer.
Brody, very, very secure, quite independent here in lane, so they're not going to go crazy in that lane. They perhaps want to build their lead slowly, but ONIC, looking at their composition, it's quite here and there, meaning can pick up with the Fanny, but with Farsa though, you can also team fight
Ufra.
now. Are they going for the early? Honestly, just go for Atlas again.
Ooh, Atlas would be an interesting choice here. I honestly feel like the Atlas won't work as well because of the power nature and the real world inflation, both having kind of anti-CC kind of things. Kufra suits better because it can cancel out the jabs, can cancel out the second skill stun, single target stun that comes down, and just a whole lot of, aggression as well. If they really want to find pickoffs, Keyboy just popped off on this hero yesterday, and it works. I like ONIC's draft.
We'll see what the audience thinks here for this upcoming match. And it seems like ONIC Esports with an 80% audience prediction against Rebellion and Zion, the Blue Bulls, with only 12%. Doesn't seem like the audience predictions is in their favor, but I do agree with you. I think the Kufra has a little bit more, what would you say, value, but it seems like there's the founder of Esports Charts here, Ivan,
the founder of Esports Charts. Wow, welcome to MPL, man. We've seen a lot of good analysis for Esports Charts on viewership and everything, and MLBB has continued to grow with the facilitators helping us.
Well, on that note, let's take a look at game one. Will the Rebellion side be able to take down another Yellow Empire yesterday? Didn't work well, but let's go. Game one, Land of Dawn, ONIC and Rebellion Zion.
will ONIC Esports finally lose their win streak? Or will they continue on to claim that championship title? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the portal of game number one.
Fun fact, right off the bat, the Fanny, after the patch, is now a bit more vulnerable. This can be said about every assassin right now. Very easy to cancel, and the Paquito is going to go to the XP lane, which I find is a bit strange. I would expect the Fredrin to be the one in the XP lane, having a pretty good matchup against the Arlet himself. But also, if they put the Paquito in the jungle, they could have utilized the killing pressure in that bottom side a bit better. Unfortunately, it is going to be the Paquito, but thing is, Paquito, knockout strike can cancel the dash. The taunt and the knockup from Vincent can cancel the dash. The second skill from Heist can cancel the dash. There's a lot of cancels that we did not, account for back in the day. Now, Keyboy already very aggressive, as he is also one of the tanks that was selected for our national team.
Well, again, I've seen here Sans and Boots opting for that Purify, so it might signal that Arlet here is a good hero, but quite weak against a crowd control here. Boots, though, will copy the emblem of Psychots yesterday with that concussive blast, so we'll see here. Will it succeed?
Okay, the mid side here, Wijanarko needs to be careful, but I agree with you, right? There's so much that they can actually work with here for ONIC Esports. Meanwhile, Rebellion Zion, they need to kind of be a little bit more patient when it comes down to the laning phase. You can already see here, Hai's not having the greatest time because of that loss in range. But of course, with the next chapter, which is the power skill coming in from Hai's at level 4, he might have a little bit of a better time. But Kyrie
jumps in. Hai's has the space. It should be a secure kill here, right? 2v1 cutthroat. Oh, yeah, the smooch from Hai's will have enough space. There with the flicker, Kyrie won't pick up the first blood. Sans with the wings by wings on the manhunt, but fails to do so.
Well played, Hai's perfectly playing that. I mean, ONIC got a little bit too frisky, I believe. Maybe it was just because Kyrie was confident in killing the Brody with the high and dry, but they should have just waited for the wave to crash in to get a better dive with CW helping as well. Really well played by Hai's, and this is exactly the reason why they went for the Brody pick, right? Very independent in lane, even up against a Fanny high and dry.
Right now, ONIC Esports leading with a little bit of gold. Nothing too fancy just yet. And it's interesting, right? The way that Kyrie has been utilizing this Fanny. He's not as aggressive as before. Probably related to, like you mentioned, the power spec that has yet to come. But Keyboy
jumps in, get the rage, and now Vincent, it's just will not be able to escape there as Wijanarko now will be the main target. Cutthroat connecting, but Wijanarko still survive, even though he has no flicker. But again, Keyboy displaying perfect engage.
Preemptive go away also popped in earlier by CW. Basically what that means is they do not want Vincent to use, or Wijanarko to get that wild charge on to that back line. But here in Talent Prediction, there's a little bit of a difference here, right? In the English desk and the Indonesian desk. There's an imposter among us.
2v4 votes here. Rebellion Zion with 2, ONIC with 4. I do believe that Rebellion Zion has potential with the draft that they have set for themselves here. I know there isn't a specific lockdown hero that can control Kyrie, but we'll see, right? Because Wijanarko, huge playmaker for his team. Suelo, very effective on his power heroes. I want to see them shine with the comfortable heroes that the coach has actually drafted for them. But right now, it's not looking too good because ONIC Esports, with how they're able to clear that mid lane a little bit fast, Sans being able to use the wings by wings to put pressure on the side lanes, it seems like ONIC Esports has better map control here in the first 4 minutes of the game.
Speaking of the matchups as well, right? This is where it's still going to be really good for ONIC. Even though Hai's has been farming quite well, he has been put in a defensive stance up against the Melissa. Melissa bullies him, and he also scales better. That's how Melissa wins lane against these kind of bullies, against most marksmen, right? Scales better, and she's better at all-ins. But there's a fight here going on.
Yeah, Turtle here. Oh, Vincent gets the retribution carry, misses it. Boots now, being the frontliner, gets stunned. And take a look at the damage. It hasn't followed through just yet. Sans trying to make space. ONIC and Rebellion Zion, no casualties from that second turtle fight, but now they're roamers, they're moving on towards the bot side.
Already looking for some damage, and again, the range from CW. Let's take a look at his emblems, right? He went for some attack speed, a little bit of movement speed there, and the Electro Flash. Now, back in the day, I said Weakness Finder might be a bit better, but no, actually, I tried Electro Flash. I haven't lost on the Melissa with Electro Flash. Literally, go for Electro Flash, guys. This is really, really good. The mobility that it adds, you can keep on chasing your members. Maybe you were limited to your mobility with only your first skill on other emblems, but here, it really lets you go free.
You can see now Rebellion Zion here looking for some compensation on the board, trying to put it into their tempo, trying to make a gank onto CW, but that's so CW. He's very safe, but Big Mac.
Oh, he will not survive. Sans picking up the kill there. I believe it was the Magic Worship, but Rebellion, quick compensation, bot side turret taken down, and also do note that they got the 2 turtles earlier, so they're looking for that perfect turtle. But it seems like Arlet will claim the turret top side as well.
What are these? What is happening here, right? Because right now, Rebellion Zion, sure, they've been getting a lot of objectives on the board. Kyrie, uncharacteristically of him, was actually able to miss that retribution. I think he timed it a little too early, but all the while here, no one has been able to stop Boots on this Arlet. He's been able to split push really well. And it seems like ONIC looking for another gank.
Oh, on towards Wijanarko though. Is this the right target? Wall charge. gets the knockup on towards Keyboy, and take a look at the damage. Keyboy flickering away. Kyrie in the bush trying to find an opening, but no, another casualty-less fight.
Both teams are respecting each other so much. I love the way that they've been taking this game. Both teams are playing towards their winning condition. Rebellion with more kill pressure in that gold lane with highs. They played towards it, and now they're looking for another neutral objective take.
Let's see, is it going to be the perfect turtle for the side of Rebellion?
Wow.
Yes, it is. They're going to get it. And ONIC, no response whatsoever here. Bot side pushing for the side of Rebellion. ONIC, they need to stay proactive.
They do, but they also need to be careful, right? And if we take a look at the equipment here by Dunia Games, the item builds as well, you can see there's a disparity as well in terms of that gold. Particularly for ONIC Esports, right? Parsa has a little bit of an edge here.
And that's really going to hurt Eve here, right? I mean, the burst coming in is going to be a big issue for the Brody. And like we mentioned, it's actually pretty interesting. Both weak sides have more gold. We mentioned Rebellion Zion, maybe their XP lane is a bit weaker compared to the Arlet, but he has a gold lead. And on the opposite side, it's Melissa, CW, who's been ganked many times, even losing his turret, who has the gold lead. This is very interesting. Both weak sides are playing it incredibly well, but it's obviously going to be Rebellion Zion who has the lead now because of the map pressure. Maybe in terms of gold, he will still be behind of Melissa, but it's still the turret, the map pressure they can play with, and they're utilizing it really well with Vincent already pressuring that purple buff. This is what they need to do later in the game. They can't do it just yet, but they're already setting up for it, which is great.
I mean, you mentioned, right, the fact that CW is so good at playing weak side, and you can see that reflected on his economy. Even in a losing matchup, even with how much pressure has been given onto him, he's still able to have that same gold with highs there in the gold lane.
It's pretty interesting to see how CW can farm that efficiently despite his turret being taken down, and now we can see exactly the gold differences by UBS Gold. For now, wait, Vincent actually jumping in, opening up the map. Wijanarko!
Wow, Flicker wall charge. Keyboy flickering away. And take a look at ONIC. They're going to lose their fight here. Keyboy stuck. And Big Mac with the engage. Kyrie, though, already take a look at this. Cables jumps in, looking for another kill. Wijanarko gets taken down. Highs in the right push to recall their Big Mac here. He needs to be careful. Oh my lord, with the 1v1 here. EXP, take a look at the damage by Boots. What? Big Mac managed to go away, but ONIC finally winning a fight.
There's a lot of damage coming in from this Arlet, and I think we gasped at the same time. For me, it was because I thought that Kyrie was going to make a misplay with the damage coming in from Suelo, and he was very aggressive going under the turret, getting that damage as well, but at the end, the Cutthroat was able to secure a lot of damage onto Rebellion Zion there, but even though they weren't able to get a kill per se, you can see that ONIC Esports now trading back in terms of that macro, right? They're going to be able to get a turret in the bottom side. Wijanarko looks for something else.
Nice sidestep, but take a look at Sans. He got caught. He gets taken down, and Boots soaking the damage will not be able to survive that one. Double kill for Suelo, 5v3, and the Bulls, they're looking hungry. Keyboy with the engage on towards Suelo, gets taken out by Kyrie. 3v4 now. Good engage by Keyboy, but it's still Rebellion in favor.
It's crazy. Holy moly. Rebellion Zion. The way that they've been taking these fights have been crazy with Big Mac providing the CC, and Keyboy's gone, man. He's a goner right there with a kill. And CW.
Oh my god, the Lord got caught there. CW pre-hitting though. Wijanarko will not be able to escape. That's Kyrie with the cables. CW got stunned, but thankfully, he is still in that game.
Now this is interesting, right? Because I mentioned about respect from ONIC, and I don't really see them doing that. They're making uncharacteristic mistakes. They're going for overcommitments. There's no chemistry, there's no synergy. It feels like there's no communication as well as to who goes in, and the follow-up is also not there. And Rebellion Zion has been able to be they are able to capitalize over the mistakes coming in from ONIC Esports, and Big Mac here almost getting a kill onto Kyrie. Not really sure what's going on, but Rebellion Zion with a 1,400 gold lead.
Having more kill pressure, right? I mean, wow, the way that they've been utilizing this is honestly pretty crazy. And it comes down to what we mentioned in the hot topic. Suelo getting on that comfort pick, the Yeeb, and performing in the back line with no one really able to dive on him. Sure, Kyrie can do so, but with Highs constantly playing in the back line, you can see how Rebellion takes this fight. Suelo is always guarded, covered up by highs, and this is where the Brody really works in the composition, right? In lane, we mentioned maybe he is going to lose in that 1v1 matchup when CW scales, but he is playing as more of a cover hero for Sway Low. Look at his positioning right now. No one can jump onto Sway Low because of that stun.
Boots, though, gets taken out immediately. What a combo there from the side of Rebellion Zion. Sans almost get taken out, and yeah, Rebellion Zion with the invade already. And ONIC, again, they are desperately looking for some slight of win in this game.
Right now, 2,200 gold lead for the Rebels. And it looks like they're trying to claim even more. But this is what ONIC Esports does. When they're behind, they start to play the macro game. And I think this is the ultimate test for Rebellion Zion, whether or not they're able to do the exact same thing. Because look at that, right? In the gold lane, in the bottom side of the map, you can see that the lanes are already pushing. And they got to be careful with those side lanes.
Man, you know, here though, you can see Best Girl Nobara Kugisaki, the skin for MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen on the Melissa, CW, and my favorite hero. Skins are now available if you guys want to check it out. It's available up to the 20th of March. Enjoy the 50% off on your daily first draw. I'd recommend getting the Melissa skin.
Oh, but I got the Xavier skin.
You didn't go with my recommendation.
I guess I gotta use
I got the Julian
Games.
skin.
Huh?
Got the Julian skin.
Oh, what?
Oh, everybody has their own preference. I wonder who got the Yin skin. Oh, wow.
Oh, Wawa
nobody.
did. But right now here, Boots trying to zone Wijanarko away. Looks like Rebellion Zion wants to go for a invade onto Kyrie's buff. Will they be able to do it? And if they do, that's a sad fanny.
Hans Lord has spawned. Swalo now. CW with the go away. A real world manipulation pops. Gets the kill. Wijanarko with the wild charge. Will not able to find anything. Kyrie with the kill. Keyboy on the front side now. Will not survive. Flickering away. Big Mac with the flicker. Will not find the kill. And Vincent in the backside here. 1v1 against Boots. Too fast for Arlets, it seems like, as it is going to be 2-4-3 for 1.
That's why you go for the Kufra. The bouncing ball coming in clutch, canceling in that jab. And just like that, Big Mac has been neutralized from this team fight. He's looking for something more here, but Boots engages.
Oh my god, a 3v1. Big Mac, call him Small Mac now. ONIC with another kill on the board.
And just like that, the economy has been completely equalized, right? Rebellion Zion was leading with 2,000 gold now. Just shrunk to 600, still counting depending on how this next team fight goes. But Sans opens up.
Yeah, we can see here the zone from side of ONIC. Vincent desperately trying to penetrate the base of, well, the Lord here for ONIC. We'll see here. Gets a stun. Crazel Rad, but the stun comes in. And take a look at the damage. Wild charge on towards 2. CW with a free hitting in the backside finds Wijanarko. Keyboy is the next one to fall as Boots will escape that RWM with the skills. But Vincent is there to give the taunts, and he will be taken down. It's going to be 2-4-1 now. Rebellion Zion answers back.
It's very rare that we get to see Kyrie reset the Lord, not going for a 50-50. It seems like these takes have hit him confidence-wise.
CW free hitting gets a solo kill there. Vincent, though, will use the retribution to slow him down and finding the kill. Will Kyrie have a say in this solo? Oh, cutthroat onto Suelo. This wrong target, but no way. God-alike will be secured by this guy with enough cables.
Kyrie just styling on his opponents in a 2-1. Still able to make the outplay and get a kill out of it. And that's actually equalized the ground a little bit better for ONIC Esports. But the real-time win probability by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G still favors Rebellion here. But it's actually going into the favor of ONIC a little bit more. But now Wijanarko here has to be careful. But do you see in that previous team fight, Wijanarko was able to stop the Feather Airstrike from Sans from dishing out that damage. And I think that's also a huge factor as to why things have failed. But Heis!
Solo kill with the cables perfectly timed there. Wow.
That was impeccable, the positioning as well. And I think it all tracks back to Rebellion Zion not contesting for the purple buff. They could have actually baited a retribution or maybe even found a kill, but now you can already see ONIC playing around the Lord even without Kyrie.
See here, ONIC now, Boots will try to give vision, provide vision as well. CW, his whereabouts is unknown, but take a look at that. Stun comes through. Vincent now with low HP will not survive. Vincent taken down, no retribution, and Boots in the front side now will find another fight. But with the barrier, it seems like Rebellion Zion will have the proper disengage.
Right now, ONIC Esports, they've been playing the team fights really, really well, right? And right now, Rebellion Zion, they don't have an answer to that so far. The thing about ONIC Esports is in their composition, they have a lot of AoE damage. They have the Feather Airstrike from the Farsa, they have the AoE from the Melissa, and Rebellion Zion, they're going in 5v5, but in terms of damage, they're falling behind.
This time though, you know, Heinz has been picked up a whole lot, but if we take a look at the items, he's finally finished that with nature. So this will give him a little bit more room to play with unless Keyboy finds a big Tyrant's Revenge and Rage combo. But again, Heinz needs to play around Sway Low. The main carry for here is Sway Low.
San's quite low in the backside, but take a look at Boots here, trying to find an opening in the front side alongside Keyboy. Now, they're stuck with the wild charge. Boots taken out. Kyrie with the cables trying to find the opening. Oh, Keyboy, it was big and gets the stun onto towards Janarko, which CW securing the kill. Top base turret taken down as well as bot side as ONIC still with the siege.
What I observed from these team fights is that Boots is the main distraction for ONIC, right? He's able to bait out so many resources just to take him down. And the problem with Boots is not only is he sustainable, not only is he tanky, but he also has the utility of the knock-up. He's also dealing the damage. So Rebellion Zion, they're put in a position where they're forced to deal with Boots. And as soon as they do, as soon as all that resource is wasted from Rebellion Zion, ONIC Esports, the rest are there to follow up. Kyrie goes in. You can see Sans looking for an engage as well. Keyboy looks for the Tyrant's Revenge and Rage. And this is where ONIC Esports has a little bit more to play with.
And I think right now we can take a look at CW as well. You pointed out Boots. Let's take a look at the other side of the map, where it's the gold lane. CW, total games on this Melissa, 300% win rate, 9 average KDA, and pretty solid stats across the board. I want to talk a little bit about his build, right? It's a very greedy build to go for, all damage and with the Haas Claws, but it's what you want to go for as a Melissa. If you've been, noticing this in the team fights too, oh my god, Boots, again, being such a menace. But CW, wait, they're going in again!
Boots taken out! Heinz with the torn apart memory there, securing the kill. CW with the go away. Now Wijanarko misses that wild charge. Keyboy from the backside looking for an opening. Swalo flickers away. Immortal pop for Wijanarko now. He gets taken out. Kyrie gets a stun and he has Immortal. Will be popped down. Heinz gets the shutdown. Sans in the backside. Popping Feather Airstrike. Vincent will lose his Immortal. Now Keyboy looking, finding, soaking the damage from Heinz. And there you go. Big Mag with the finish. Immortal popped. Big Mag with a flicker. Oh, almost gets taken out there by CW. At the end of the day, it's a 2-4-1.
The exact reason why ONIC Esports are able to win it out was, I guess, the exact reason why they fell short as well. I think Rebellion Zion recognized the mistakes that they made. They made instant adaptation, instant reparations, and they were able to take Boots down without too much of resources wasted.
It's great, again, how Rebellion Zion are able to force these team fights on ONIC, but the fact of the matter is they need to understand that they are a pure front-to-back composition. When they do get that front-to-back, when Swalo does get the free hit on that real-world manipulation, then that is where they win. But with ONIC constantly finding these different angles on the side, jumping in, even with Keyboy missing that flicker engagement with the Tyrant's Revenge, it's all he needed. He just needed to gap close to pop in the bouncing ball so that the dashes won't be there for Rebellion Zion to disengage. Now, why that works so well with the Melissa is when you're locked down in place with those muddles on the floor, you can say goodbye to your HP bar. CW went full damage for a reason. He has the go away. He is self-sustainable and independent in the back line. No one can really dive onto him. And when he free hits with the Inspire, with a Malefic Roar, this is why I said yesterday, Bigetron Alpha, Saken, why did he go for 2 defensive items on the Melissa? You should just go all in or all out, man.
Go big or go home, basically, with the Melissa build, right? And now Rebellion Zion, they need to play this properly. They need to be able to manipulate the side lanes, and I think that's what they're going for. But ONIC Esports, they have the exact same mind game in mind. But I think ONIC Esports, they need a little bit more information. As soon as they see the Brody, I think that's when they're going to start pulling the trigger.
I think when they see Yves, that's the better assumption, I think, because for Heinz himself, he's more of that utility. It sounds funny, Brody utility, but he is just going to be defending that back line with his stun. With his damage, he can burst down a few members as well, but like you're pointing out right now, Sans is in a very good position to find a different angle once again, but he just decides to slow push that mid lane.
He has to be careful here. Right now, you can see that Big Mac trying to manipulate that bottom lane, trying to create a slow push. But I think Kyrie's reading up on it. I think he wants to go for it. He doesn't exactly know where the Paquito is right now. He should now, though. And man, it's just the waiting game right now. Both of these teams are playing the macro really, really well. They're trying to set up better, but both of them are equally trading punches in this regard.
I mean, take a look at the gold, right? Not much of a difference here. Sure, 21 minutes in, it's still an even game, I feel like. ONIC, even though they got the 2 base turrets, Rebellion Zion, they're not they like the gamble plays, and take a look at their positioning, not even at a position of defense.
Just take a look at the timer, 21 minutes, right? I think if ONIC has a 10,000 gold lead, it wouldn't matter. 21 minutes means that almost everyone is farmed up. Probably only the roamers needs to finish 1 or 2 more items, but here you can even see Vincent picking up that plate armor. And again, we need to talk about this. The wave manipulation has just been phenomenal by both of the teams, but that's what you do when you get CW to free hit. That's for the airstrike as well, Gani.
He flickers away though, but CW!
Oh, no way!
Low, but Kyrie with the play, finding Brody. Rijinarco falls as well. Not a good sign
CW?
for a Rebellion Zion. Big Mac gets taken out. CW is still there, and Boots is just 1v1ing. 3 members taken out. Rebellion Zion here. Not a fun game.
This is the second time that ONIC Esports has utilized that Magic Sentry and found a success on it. You can see that Kyrie went back to the base to open up to see Vision, and they saw 2 members from Rebellion Zion isolated. With 3 members now down for Rebellion Zion, ONIC Esports looking for the end.
This might be GG. Rebellion now defending with just 2 members. Swalo in the backside popping RWM. Look like the winner's Russian, very clutch. But CW is very objective. He's going for the base, and it's ONIC strikes first.
Man, CW, when he was engaged on, he sold, I think, the Haas Claws or something for the Immortality, getting a bit more time to play with. And just like that, he sells it again, buys the Windtalker. The man here with extreme knowledge. Again, ONIC have been able to utilize the item sales technically in their inventory. I think Kyrie was the first to do it, but CW has honestly been so on point with the itemization as well, selling and buying the right items at every given moment. And ONIC Esports, even though they were super behind at 1.2 or 3,000 gold lead with a lot of map pressure to Rebellion Zion, they were able to utilize their picks again, slowly but surely climbing back up because they know they had the better scaling. As long as they played it slow and Rebellion weren't able to force that tempo on them, it's always going to be them having a good time.
I think there was that one particular team fight that Rebellion Zion kind of overcommitted onto the top side. Do you remember that moment? When it was a little bit messy, it wasn't as how they planned it, and it felt like ONIC Esports kind of got their tempo, kind of got their groove back from that. I think, what do you think about that particular moment?
I think Rebellion Zion are still showing, the mistakes that they've been showing since they joined the league. There's a lot of good components in this Rebellion Zion roster, early game to mid game, but once it gets to that late game, like you mentioned, there are a lot of these flippy fights that's a bit more floppy than flippy, right? They are really just flopping these games because they are committing way too much on a team fight, as a side to utilizing their advantage. They had a 3,000 gold advantage at one point. They had so much map pressure to play with, but they decide to go for a 50-50, which is interesting. And like you mentioned, Eterna, ONIC, when you give them these small holes to capitalize, they will.
They find it somehow.
They will make it larger, right? And it seems like ONIC again in game 1 displaying such quality
discipline
of Mobile Legends, right? I mean, they did not care. Early game, sure, it was a 50-50. It wasn't one-sided, right, per se. Early game towards the mid, but once they got the ball rolling, once they really put the punch in the bag, I suppose. Yeah, Rebellion Zion, they look lost, I guess, in game 2 now. The reparations needs to be clear. They need to be sharper here, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think Arlet just has got to go, honestly. I think with the way that ONIC Esports has been able to get the value from Arlet, I think that could be one of the main ways that they could come back from Rebellion Zion, right? To come back into the drafts and, just take that out, take that hero out.
I think there's a lot of heroes that can be taken out of the game. Arlet is a good choice, but I think there's other choices that maybe are a bit better. Sure, Arlet was annoying, but I think that's where it stops, right? He's just annoying. For the rest of the members, though, Sans, he's also annoying, but he deals damage. He can one-shot you. Kyrie on Fanny, that's, I think, where you should put your respect to. Kyrie on the Fanny, letting this go. His itemization, crisp clean as well, going for a little bit more penetration in the end. Look at that. I think he sold one of his items to go for the Fury Hammer, but looking at the itemization, there's one guy that I want to highlight. It's CW. Actually sold boots for Immortality, then buys the Windtalker. So, wow, again, very good utilization. Buys the Windtalker to obviously end the game faster with the attack speed. On the other side, I think for Rebellion Zion, what I personally don't like is here, I don't know, I'm looking at all the items, but it feels like it's just kind of crazy. They have proper respect here. They have the anti-cuirass. They have, some of them actually have the blade armor too, to kind of negate the damage coming in from Kairi and CW, but CW shreds through them either way. This is the problem with Melissa, right? This is why you go full damage on her. Probably only the Wind of Nature can be accounted for. If you want to go for defense, Wind of Nature or Athena, one. That's it. You only get to choose one defensive because you can shred through enemies this fast. That's where your main weapon is. And because you have the go away, adding your magical and physical defense, you don't really need to go for full defensive items like Saken did yesterday. So CW understands this so much, the hero, the matchup as well. Didn't go for any fights in the bottom lane. He just poked, farmed, and got to late game.
Very interesting indeed, right? I mean, yeah, you're right. Standard item. I mean, not standard, but there's respect, but quite standard as well from both teams, right? But the thing about ONIC that's really is very interesting is that Arlet, he perspects Arlet. Usually we see Arlet, it's towards the later stages of the drafts, but it shows confidence, right? It shows also the question. It's a flexible pick. You can put it in the XP, you can put it in the jungle, and it seems like with ONIC, it's still a massive hero in the XP.
Now we're going to take a look at the post-game stats of that game. And you can see here Kairi with the Rich Guy as well as CW on the Melissa. And this was something that we highlighted, right? In that match where he was really pressured, CW though in the losing lane, he was still able to farm equally with the Brody and eventually have the most damage dealt.
That's why I really question the bans coming in from Rebellion Zion towards the second phase, Carry and Cho, right? When the Melissa is open, you knew, Gani knew, CW was going to pick this hero. It was a good counter to the Melissa. There's no way they let this go. And it's just so good if you build full damage. 126,000 damage dealt. It's honestly crazy, absurd. And on top of that, independent laner, backline, all good. Pop that go away preemptively, and it negates every sort of dive, even the wild charge. We saw this, I think Benny was the guy who utilized it so well at M4. And even now. Melissa is prio, guys.
Melissa is prio, not because of the skin miracle, or is it?
It is because of the skin.
It is because of the skin.
Nobara,
because of the skin.
Hey. Okay, I can't really say it because Kabuki won without the skin yesterday.
So
without.
We're talking about Melissa. Okay, sure, she's prio now, especially with how much dive and how much CC is currently in the meta. But what do I feel about Arlet, right? Because he's new, and I'm not really sure what to think of him. Is he good? Is he bad? Is he good in the EXP lane? We can talk about that after we take a look at the gold curve right now for that match between RBZ and ONIC.
Yeah, it comes down to this again. If you take a look at the power spike, it's literally exactly when usually Highs and Swaylo gets those first two items, right? I think Highs went for the BOD onto the Fury's Hammer to deal more damage and to just burst people, members down who are diving towards Swaylo. And Swaylo obviously I think went for the glowing wand first to the Ice Queen wand. So this was that spike where they really were able to find the front to backs because they had a lead in map pressure. Now, the map pressure is so important for a front to back composition is because the enemy team can't look for angles, flanking angles that well with turrets still up, right? They need to take those structures down. And with this lead, unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize to get more turrets. They focused too hard on neutral objectives that really didn't matter because at that point it was still the turtle. I think they could have just gone for more trades on the board to get more map pressure and to push because they were constantly trading for turtles and turrets. And when you give these turrets away as a front to back composition against a dive comp, you give more angles, more room for the enemy team to find angles to engage on you. And that's where Kairi started to pop off on the Fanny. When the turrets were taken down, tier 2s, he was able to just maneuver across the enemy jungle. And with that, you just can't be having that. I think Highs was caught like 2 or 3 times in the jungle because Kairi was able to maneuver without vision. And yeah, perfect timing. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Kairi or Bang Kairul.
Bang Kairul. Displayed a perfect Fanny as well, right? Remember, Turtle, they failed to retrieve any turtle in that game. They lost the Retribution, the turtle fight. It was Rebellion in that early game, but it doesn't matter. Fanny, Kairi can still find success, even though in the early they didn't get the early momentum.
And he built the Fury Hammer, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that was just on the way to the Heptases, but yeah, the Fury Hammer is so value. It's the steel leg plates for physical damage dealers. You get it, 12 penetration, 800 gold. For Hunter Strike, I think you only get 15 physical penetration for what? Super expensive, not 800 gold, so it's just very value. That's why you're seeing a whole lot of people pick it up. And to answer your question, Eterna, Arlet, why is it so good? Why is it first picked by ONIC? It's because it's a new hero. A lot of people still don't know the matchup. It's always banned in ranked, and also very hard to counter right now. The go away, the Kufra bouncing ball actually doesn't stop the vengeance. It's really interesting how the dash works. It's like a you can't stop it. It's an unstoppable dash. Here though, for ONIC, for Kyrie on the Fanny, it's pretty much standard. Just a whole lot of plays around the purple buff. Early game, he was looking for some plays on the map, but he wasn't able to find a whole lot because of the way that Rebellion played it. But again, this is the moments where ONIC were still struggling, right? And why? Look at the turrets. It's all mostly still up. And they really had to rely on CW to dish out damage for Kyrie to step in last second like an assassin should. Always, just notice this. Kyrie comes in the last second because he knows he can't shred the enemies alone. He can't be coming in when a lot of resources are still up. And ONIC are just super aware. That's what makes them really good. Here, this is the outplay we said. CW, this is why you go for Haas Claws. Not Wind of Nature. The burst, as long as it's not crazy burst, right? If it's Fanny, then okay, maybe you want to go for Wind of Nature. But if it's a Pakiro that is building only the Bloodlust and the Hunter Strike, you think you're good. And here, let's pause it literally right here, right? Take a look at the bottom side. The turret has been taken down, therefore giving this much room over to ONIC to play within the enemy jungle. And that was what facilitated this play from Kyrie. He gets that kill, and let's play this out. They're able to pick up highs, and because of that, they were able to completely capitalize around the Lord Pit with highs down. No one was really ready to cover for Sway Low, my bad. And even here, look at CW. Why does he pop ult? Everyone would probably be asking that if they don't understand the kit of Melissa. Why did he pop ult against a Brody, right? He's ranged. He's not even going to get close to you. Physical defense added. So how it works is when it's active, when you just level it up, it's ×3 the physical, well, ×3 your level. The level that you put onto the skill, right? So at level 15, you already put 3 levels into that ultimate. ×5 when you activate it. So you get basically 20 free physical defense in the end up against the Brody. That's why you usually go for that and just maybe steal leg plates or just one defensive item.
So basically it's a free item.
It's basically a free item. It's a free defense item.
Okay, interesting. You know, honestly, I just knew that.
If you activate it.
That's actually a really good input and insight to how CW is so good, right? He's able to utilize various different types of heroes. He knows the in and outs as well, and it's just insane to see. And it actually makes me exhausted looking at how amazing he is on these various types of marksmen. I need some help.
You need help? You need caffeine, right? Oh. You need caffeine immediately after.
I want caffeine.
I think after this match, we're going to enjoy the caffeine from Point Coffee. Let's enjoy quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans that is brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine through Point Coffee, collabing with MPL S11, which you can get 40% discount coupon for Indomaret Pointku app for Palm Sugar Latte, cookies and creams, and pandan coffee with the promo code PointCoffeeMPL. So if you want more information, check it out. Visit at Point Coffee ID.
Oh, I'm excited to get one. I think we have a lot in the fridge, right?
We do. We really do. And I think I'm going to go and get energetic right after this, right? But Eterna, the game, right? Man, the game is so exciting. I wanted some snacks to cast while eating or something.
Don't worry about it, right? And you can also get a discount if you use the Grab app, because
you serious?
If you use this app, you get a 50% discount to grab food. 50? And if you're bored of eating after that and you want to hop on to maybe a different area, you can always use the Grab app as well, because they also offer transportation at a 90% discount. What? So food, transport, you get everything within this app. Don't forget to check it out. Scan the QR code down below. And of course, check out grb.to/MPL.
grb.to. I like it. What does the TOE stand for?
TOE. I don't know.
Gani?
Time out.
Okay, time out.
Time out. But right now, there can't be a timeout here between these two teams. We are still in almost in match number 2. No, game number 2 between Rebellion Zion and ONIC Esports. And remember, this is match point, right? If ONIC Esports is able to get another point off Rebellion Zion, that will officially crown them as the half-season champions once again. And after the results, maybe you guys want to catch some TV series or something to accompany you when you eat some food from Grab, or even to accompany you sleep.
Yeah.
Like me, I like to hear background noises when I sleep, and I usually go on to Maxstream because they offer so much, and you get an OTT channel and the channels, and you don't have to switch between the apps within Maxstream. And there are so many different types of TV series that is only exclusive on Maxstream, like Love in Game, Love Coach with Rachel, The One Believe, Russia, The Wonder Kid. There's just so much. And I know for a fact that Gani is a fan of The One Believe's TV series.
Are you a fan of the One Believe TV series?
I'm a fan of One.
He used to be in ONIC.
You're right, yeah.
Then he joined EVOS to win the World Championship.
Rex as well. Oh, well, Rex?
Rex was BTR.
Watch.
Yeah, and you know, talking about Rect, right? There's actually a promo code for people who are in relationships.
Oh my god.
They can come to the venue, buy 2
Like
tickets,
Arashi.
20% discount using the MPL date promo with a maximum of 4 tickets purchased in total. Don't forget to check that promo code out. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into game number 2 between Rebellion Zion and ONIC.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look at it. Still the same bands, but there is some respect already here.
Respect.
Insta. Like I said, Fanny, I think, yeah, it's pretty understandable why they want to get it out in the first phase. ONIC have chosen the second phase again. They want to play it cheeky with the last pick in the in the first phase. I think other than that, though, it's probably going to be the same. I think now might be a good choice to go for Haya Ban, right? They went for Haya, Kaja, Glue. Now I think go for Fanny, Glue, Haya, and pick up the Kaja.
No.
Wow, okay.
Wow, so it's still, yeah, it seems like Rebellion, they're not confident with their Kaja plan here. So they're still going to opt for a Kaja ban in the first phase in the blue side. ONIC will respond with a quick Yiv ban here, asking Suelo a question. What are you going to use now?
I mean, if this was last season, maybe Suelo would be sweating right now, right? But the fact is, Suelo has expanded that hero pool. There are still a lot of picks that he can utilize in this upcoming match. But Rebellion Zion go for the safer route. They are going to be picking up the Fredrin once again. Yeah. And ONIC Esports go for the Claude pickup. And I wonder if they want to go for the Arlet again.
Why not, right?
Why not?
It worked earlier on against the Fredrin too. It's very annoying against these melee heroes. But the Claude, Gani, this hero has just found so much success right now. It is, I think, top tier for marksman at this point.
Yeah, you're right. Valentina, yeah, will be secured here. Remember, in game 1, it was banned out. So now Rebellion might be forced for a Feramis pick here for Suelo. He looks good. He performs good on a Feramis, but not a solid choice here for side of Rebellion.
I don't think going for the Feramis is a good option, right? I mean, there's a Valentina at the enemy team. You want to stir away from big ultimates. Maybe the Lunox. You know, we've seen him pop up on the Lunox. But they will pick up the Arlet first. Wow.
Okay, they pick it up for themselves. They take it away from ONIC to use as well. And I think Boots was a really good distraction on the Arlet, right? Being able to bait out so many resources. But coming back into this next game, what are Rebellion Zion going to pick up? They actually still go for the Feramis. Now,
it's a trade, right? They call also
I feel
trade.
like, exactly. I feel like it's very difficult to draft against a Valentina because so many of the meta heroes right now have those big ultimates. So it's about choosing what is your poison, basically. Like, pick your poison. Now, ONIC, to close it out, what do you think they're going to go for?
Looking at their composition now, it should be around, I don't know, they had secured the gold lane, mid lane. They can go crazy and secure Haya.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe Hayabusa here. Or honestly, just pick up the Grok. It's a good flex pick that they can still utilize for this phase, but they choose another flex pick, the Cho, that currently can still be flexed to, I don't think XP anymore, but Roman Jungle, XP, I mean, yeah, 3 lanes, kind of like the Grok. But why Cho? I guess they're saying Arlet gets countered by the Cho with a single target lockdown, perhaps?
Also why game 1, Arlet was on a Purify, right? So again, signaling that Arlet is very vulnerable towards the crowd control that the opponent can give But yeah, ONIC with the Cho ban here, Cho pick rather, and wow, now it seems like CW will not play a Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa gets taken down because they have already picked up the Claude, right? They want to be able to win that matchup as well. Rebellion, Zion with the Terizla banned away, signaling that they do want to try and win that EXP lane. But with the Melissa being banned, Rebellion Zion going for full dive. The carry gets taken out though, so probably just trying to limit the pool hero coming in from Highs. But remember, Highs still has the opportunity to pick up something crazy, perhaps like the Lunox or the Harith in that lane, even though they already do have a Faramis.
Yeah, I think the Lunox is actually a very good pick against the Claude, right? The Harith, not so much. The Harith actually, I don't think he's a bully, but he can't bully the Claude enough. The Claude can still get away with the blink, can still farm pretty well. There's no all-in threat, and I think that's what Lunox brings to the table. Kai ban is pretty interesting here from Rebellion Zion, and I think, yeah, on it. Whoa! What the heck? First timers of Season 11 for Boots. Is it jungle?
It's still a flex, right? But yeah, more likely towards a Thamus saying perhaps Arlet is the counter for Arlet, but there you go. Brody will be picked up again for side of Rebellion. Wow, what will the hero for Genarico? Rock?
I think Ruby actually works really good here. Very good. For very short-ranged heroes, they can go for the Grok. Grok is definitely the safer option with the anti-CC and with the initiation it has, but it's a big ultimate that Valentina can take, right?
Honestly,
so, yeah, that's what they have to play with.
I don't know, Lolita for me works as well, but okay. The Ruby pick comes through. Finally, we get to see Wijanarko on the Ruby once again. We haven't seen it in quite a while. ONIC now to close out the drafts. Is it a Thamus EXP laner? If it is it Cho jungle or Cho roam?
Yeah, Cho, honestly, all right, they can pick up the Atlas.
Right, true. Because now they don't have the option of picking up an assassin, in my opinion, because of the Ruby pickup.
Or the Grok. They can even go for the Grok. If they really want to go for like wombo combo, right? The Atlas is an interesting choice here.
Kadita, will Kadita work here?
Oh, you're right. The Kadita can certainly work here for ONIC. What do they go for here? It's Kadita. Nice call. Kadita for Sans?
For
Keyboy. And it's Kyrie on the Cho jungle.
Yeah.
All right. I like the creativity from Coach Yeb. Love it.
You just never know with ONIC these days, right? Very, very insane, very high flexibility from this team. Literally everyone can play any type of hero when given the chance. But looking at the drafting phase right now, Rebellion, Zion, and ONIC Esports, with ONIC Esports picking up something crazy like the Thamus, do you think it's going to work in lane?
I think so, right? I mean, it's a 1v1 Thamus is a monster in 1v1, especially a hero like Arlet, which the range is quite questionable. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, the 10 heroes that will enter the land of Dawn has been set. Will ONIC clean house with a 2-0, get ready with your brooms? Or will Rebellion find an equalizer here in 1-1, forcing a Game 3 Land of Dawn? Here we go.
Match point, right? The stakes are very high for both of these teams. Rebellion Zion want to be able to get as many points as possible to stay away from that red zone. Meanwhile, ONIC, they want to be able to get that half-season champion title. So both teams definitely going to put everything that they can out into the open against one another. But as you can see here, both of the roamers, they are going to start focusing on the EXP lane first. So both of them want to try and get that level 4 as soon as possible, realizing that it is a huge ultimate that can be very helpful when it comes down to that early game pick off onto the neutral objectives.
Yeah, looking for that extra EXP, right? If we're talking about mid-clear, mid-wave control, it should be ONIC in control with 2 mages. And take a look at the rotation by Keyboy already providing vision here regarding the whereabouts of the Fredrin. So it gives more, perhaps, potential here for ONIC to make a play. But apart from that, it's just a very early, quiet first minute.
it's quiet because those of you at home, you haven't been able to get to the arena. Don't forget to check out that promo code, but Suelo!
Oh, Kwairi gets the Jet Kundo, and even with Purified there, the Way of Dragon will confirm a kill. Kadita will go down as well here, so Suelo for Keyboy.
Right now, both the teams are already getting to that moment where they can go in for aggression and look for those pickoffs, right? Keyboy, it's not really a person that you would mind getting taken down, especially compared to Rebellion Zion there in that previous team fight. So honestly, still worth it for ONIC up until this point. But now you can see that both teams are trying to set up for the next objective, which is that turtle. But meanwhile here, Kairi getting aggressive.
Jet Kundo and Way of Dragon. Take a look at the Wombo combo. We did not go though. With the Flicker, will not be able to escape that one. Vincent now with the turtle. Calling reinforcements, Suelo and Big Mac entering the fray. Turtle will be secured by Kairi. Cold Altar has been popped here for V3. Take a look at the stun, take a look at the suppression. Vincent gets taken down. Another win for ONIC here in the first turtle.
ONIC really understand the matchups, man. We doubted the Thamus pick for a bit, but it turns out it's a good matchup against the Arlet. Arlet really losing in this matchup when it comes to all-ins even with the Vengeance, right? And man, ONIC at this point, it really is hard to target or pinpoint anyone. CW is probably your best bet, but with everybody diving together, I don't think you can really target CW down.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. ONIC Esports now with a 1,200 gold lead. And I think I need a little bit more quota to fully enjoy this game. And you guys can get the same there with the promo from Adunia Games. Every time you purchase an item or a voucher in a game, you get 3 gigabytes of quota. Don't forget to scan the QR code down below. But you can see here right now, ONIC Esports still with a bit more map control.
Top side, Big Mac here with the Festival of Blood. Will not have the extra tanky emblem there. Earlier, Boots was on a concussive blast. But yeah, it seems like Tam was winning top side. Throwing upon Mary just to perhaps find members, but Keyboy jumps in. Yikes. And there you go. Highs insta-deleted from the map.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, that's rough, right? The kill pressure that they have, even though it's a losing lane for CW.
Going on top side, a Rebellion strikes back here with the compensation kill. And the XP for a gold laner though, still.
I think right now, if you take a look at the items as well, CW is farmed up really well. DHS completed 4 minutes in with a gold turret that they will be able to take here. It should be a bit more, and always can get away with the BMI. I think right now, Rebellion Zion are really struggling because they're not utilizing the winning lane as they did before. They were very comfortable with actually leaving a few neutral objectives out to play around the gold lane, but this time it's a bit different, Gani. They're not utilizing Hyze's power, and they're always constantly here in the neutral objective takes that haven't gone their way.
Okay, the second neutral objective here will be secured by Vincent. Take a look at Boots here with the Cold Altar. Way of Dragon connecting on towards a Big Mac. Cold Altar to save the day. Boots now quite low, will be taken down. 3v2, Kairi and Sans will retreat. Rebellion Zion winning huge.
Yeah, they were able to get a kill onto ONIC as well as get the turtle, but what's happening on the talents prediction is 4 points once again for ONIC and 2 for Rebellion, but it has swapped. But
You have swapped.
I have swapped.
Why did you swap?
I believe in a momentum for ONIC. I believe in momentum. I believe as well into the composition that they have set. I think right now ONIC Esports have a lot more to play around with, especially with Keyboy on the Kadira.
Yeah, I have to agree. Right now, it's kind of the same story as game number 1, right? Because ONIC can outscale Rebellion Zion by just grabbing these structures and farm, just like you guys can grab food on the Grab app, jerby.to/MPL, to check that promo code and to get a chance to win an MLBB skin starting on the 18th of March. Back again, though, because ONIC have basically built this kind of composition, it's very good clear, and Rebellion Zion aren't really able to utilize the same winning conditions as they did before. They cannot put too much emphasis on the gold lane by sieging, because that's how they are actually able to create such a massive lead early on in game number 1, right? By Brody getting the turret pretty early and then maneuvering up towards that top side, lane swapping with Big Mac. Now, it's a bit different. Claude can clear waves a bit better than the Melissa because, not because of just purely damage, but because of the BMI. It's so safe.
Wow, this Tamos is such a bully, right? Towards Big Mac, but take a look at this. Boots will commit onto it, taking the turret top side. Big Mac here, looking for an engage because Vincent is ready to join the party. From outside, we have Dragon connecting on towards Janarko. Blazing Wet popped as well. Janarko, the first one to fall. Sway low might be next. Two taken down here. ONIC again, finding the right effective team fights as the last turtle has spawned. Wow.
I honestly think that the Cult Altar is a lot more harmful, but wait a minute there, Vincent gets taken down, and ONIC Esports knows no bounds right now in the 6th minute of the game. And it seems like Sans gonna look for more.
Oh my god, with the flicker. The damage from that torn apart memory was more than enough to take Sans down, but ONIC still with the neutral objective clear.
Yeah, back to the point that I wanted to make was I think the Cult Altar is a little bit more harmful to Rebellion Zion because of the torn apart memory versus the damage output coming in from the Blazing Duet. CW does a lot more burst damage than Highs on the torn apart memory, and it causes a bit more miscalculations.
The Petrify connecting on towards 2 Highs will not survive that combo from Keyboy. Take a look at the Athena shield. It's secured by Janarko and Big Mac top side. Oh my goodness, flickering away. Boots just bullies this hero, but take a look at Vincent with the retribution slowing him down. No follow-up answer here. Boots is still very, very strong on this Thamus.
And again, if we look at it the way ONIC were able to get the turtle, right? Let's flash back a bit. Rebellion Zion got the turret. Just as I said, that ONIC have a lot of resources to actually cancel that out. But how did they actually get the turret? CW actually saved the Blazing Duet because of the turtle timing, and there were a lot of resources spent by Rebellion Zion to just take that turret down. Sure, they have more map pressure, but we saw in that team fight, no, it did not work out. Now there's another fight as Kyrie kind of gets caught, but both teams disengaging. Now, we'll take a look at the items here as E-Boy is going to get taunted up.
Oh, there's just the massive crowd control, right? He gets taken out now with the Cult Altar here. Sans provided by Sans. Will not go for the re-engage, it seems like. 5v4, ONIC knows better.
That is a unique build by Rebellion Zion's Big Mac. The only magic damage here should be Keyboy, and as the Arlet, I don't really think he's going to be targeted that much. He actually built the Athena shield in the matchup against Boots, and I think that's why that's the big reason as to why he's losing this much. He's not really respecting his laner, he's respecting the people on the other side of the map more. And that might just cost him, man. He's pretty behind now against Boots, who's able to say a whole lot of things more, and you can see it right now with the Vengeance as well.
Oh no, take a look at Keyboy in the backside again. 2 taken down now. Janarko flickering away. What a counter setup there by Keyboy. Now it's a manhunt 2v1 with Janarko looking for the slide. Oh, does not quite connect here. Looking for to buy just time. Boots finds the killing spree as the Lord will be taken care of from the side of ONIC.
Not only is Keyboy just impeccable in terms of the macro, he's also great micro, but look at this. CW already with the turtle. Lord, sorry, they're gonna go for more.
Oh, Cult Altar pop. Vincent gets taken down. Blazing Duet will secure the double kill. Rebellion Zion, what are you doing?
It's a culmination of a whole lot of things. CW farming, as he did in game number 1, getting the golden snap in the 6-minute mark. That's absolutely crazy to be able to do in 2 games against the Brody. Then, obviously, we saw the Rebellion Zion build as well. I really struggle to understand why Big Mac prioritized the other laners aside. Like, he's going to be meeting up in the XP lane. It's basically like a solo lane for the most part of the game up against Boots. You're always going to be 1v1ing because you're on an Arlet. You're not on the Benedetta that usually is clear waves, right? You want to go for skirmishes. You want to go for 1v1s. So, again, Athena first item didn't even do much for him. He still got bursted down by Keyboy.
7,200 gold lead now from ONIC Esports, and with that in mind here, Mirko, Gani, it looks like they're going in for Siege!
Keyboy with the Petrify connecting on towards 2 Highs. Insta deleted. And take a look at Silence. Sway low now, knocks up, knocked up. Gets taken down as well. 3 members defending. Big Mac might be the next casualty here in the front side. He gets taken out. Boots securing the mega kill. Vincent on the next. And on
10 minutes.
Looking for the end here with Janarko. Gets taken out. It's wiped out. ONIC cleaning house. Get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, put out your brooms.
Put out your brooms. A 2-0 clean sweep. And it's official, ladies and gentlemen. We have our half-season champions, and it's ONIC.
10 minutes and 54 seconds, claiming the half-season championship title with a 10-minute game. If that doesn't say domination, I don't know what does. What a performance by this team. Itemization, the way they played around the map, everything was just crisp, clean. But what's crazy is they just won their lanes. That's about it, right? There was nothing really special this time around. We saw maybe in game number 1, they had to deep dive a little bit more to get that dub, but in this game, they purely outclassed Rebellion Zion, laning, drafting, everything just went over to ONIC, and they truly do deserve the half-season champion. Adi in.
Adi in, and you're right. Congratulations, ONIC, half-season champion of MPL Season 11 here, Turner. Why are you teary?
I'm just so... I'm out of words right now. ONIC Esports, with everything that they have gone through, they've been able to stay as consistent as this. Kyrie coming in, not losing a single game, match this season, being able to get that top slot almost every season for quite a few seasons in that regular season, always top 2 in the playoffs. Does this team know no end?
For now, they don't. Really, like, again, the consistency, like you mentioned, Season 7 to Season 11, top 2 finishes in the regular season, always. I mean, it really doesn't get better than this, right? For ONIC, they're looking at one thing, though. I think at this point, they're looking past MPL. They're looking at what's ahead, the international title that they haven't been able to capture since Season 3.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to
7-0
get MPLI, but of course it's a different ball game, right? When it comes down to the M
MSC
series.
and M-World.
Yeah, of course. MSC and M series are 2 tournaments that they have not yet been able to conquer, but it looks like they're really well on their way. I really want to know how they feel right now. Half-season champions, they didn't look unbothered or celebrated at all. We'll take a look at the interview. Bude Clara Mongstar, take the stage.
Sobat ONIC, inilah dia House Season Champion, ONIC! Semua pendukung begitu luar biasa tentunya. Menutup dari House Season, ONIC bersih tanpa celah dari segi matchnya. Boots, tentu ini menjadi salah satu juga ONIC sangat kuat di season ini. Lagi dan lagi kalian membuktikannya. Dan ada nggak sih tim dari House Season ini, kalian udah ngelawan semua tim. Apakah ada satu tim dari kalian semua, sebut satu-satu ya, yang menjadi lawan terberat saat House Season ini?
Aura.
Kenapa? Kenapa dong? Ada kenapanya?
Soalnya gamenya lama.
Oh, soalnya gamenya paling lama. Aura. Oke, Kyrie? Who is the hardest match for you?
EVOS.
Why?
Because we almost lose.
Oke, EVOS karena hampir kalah sama EVOS. Kalau Sans? Ada nggak lawan paling berat buat Sans? Apa nggak ada?
RRQ.
Kenapa?
Ya
Sans?
karena bestie juga kan, Royal Bestie. Terus ya emang playernya jago-jago juga.
Royal Bestie dan playernya jago-jago. Kiboy mau jawab terakhir kayaknya ini.
Kalau gua paling pick 1 sih, BTR.
Karena?
Karena kita masih belum prepare banyak.
Wow, fokus ke dalam diri sendiri ya kalau dari Kiboy, cewek.
Kalau dari gua ya semua tim sih berat sih. Cuma kalau yang paling seru ya RRQ EVOS.
RRQ dan EVOS paling seru. Apa momen yang paling berkesan? Di mana cewek?
Ya pas kita menang sih.
Bener sih ya, terima kasih cewek. Dan ini juga Sans katanya kamu yang mainin 5 hero player semua. Ini kamu ya Sans ya?
Ya biasa tipis-tipis kalau aku lagi mati, aku mainin.
Paling susah settingannya siapa Sans? Paling susah?
Kyrie sih.
Kyrie paling faseng ya?
Iya, ya.
Coba Kyrie tunjukin tanganmu yang fasen itu dong. Kalau gini-gini gimana? Show your fingers, your fast hang. Baru. Hey. But Kerry, Super Ken want to fight against you because he said that you're a good funny player. His signature hero is funny as well. So, what do you think about Super Ken?
I think he is a great player and I hope to meet him soon. Yeah.
Oh, Kyrie juga berharap untuk bertemu dengan Super Ken. But you guys play Fanny and Fanny. Who's gonna play Fanny if you meet? We are not in a brawl mode.
I will pick Gofra.
Kyrie kalau mau ketemu Super Ken ternyata mau mainnya Gufra. It's not assassin battle. No, he said no. But lagi dan lagi, ini kan leg kedua. Kira-kira tantangan apa sih yang bakal ONIC hadapi untuk leg yang kedua? Mungkin dari tim kalian kah atau dari tim lawan kah? Ada tim yang kayaknya progresnya cepet banget kah?
Buat leg kedua ya kita riset aja dari awal. Soalnya kan kita di sini juga belum dapat apa-apa, jadi harus latihan lagi.
Harus latihan lagi. Nambah latihan. Ini semuanya setuju nambah latihan, kata Boots. Nambah latihan. Setuju? Oh setuju. Pada pasrah banget ya ini dari tim ONIC. Kapten ngomong apa? Terserah. Tapi Boots kalau boleh di-spill ini ya. Perjalanan di first half dari player-playernya sendiri. Ada nggak kisah lucu pas lagi di gaming house? Pas lagi latihan kah? Siapa sih di sini yang paling susah buat latihan? Ada nggak?
Mau jawab.
Oke, Boy mau jawab. Boy, ceritain dong perjalanan dari half season ini. Ada hal menarik apa? Kasih tahu nih buat sobat ONIC yang ada di sini. Ceritain dikit half season ini kalian persiapannya gimana? Ada hal lucu nggak yang sobat ONIC bisa tahu nih di sini? Mungkin ada yang suka bikin masalah pas lagi scrim atau lagi apa?
Kalau lagi scrim kita kayak sering bercanda lah biar nggak terlalu serius banget, nggak terlalu gimana. Ya paling yang cewek bilang tadi sering ketut kan ya. Siapa tuh? Ya biasa kayak Drian.
Oh Drian malah ya. Oh bareng Adi berdua kayaknya itu ya. Tapi Boy, satu kata mungkin untuk sobat ONIC dan juga ONIC sendiri. Satu kata untuk tim kalian.
Buat sobat ONIC, pokoknya terima kasih banyak lah, selalu support.
Thank you udah selalu support. Satu kata untuk mendeskripsikan half season kalian, Boy.
Jangan star syndrome.
Oh gitu. Jangan star syndrome. Oke, sekali lagi yuk kasih tepuk tangan untuk ONIC. Kemenangan yang begitu bersih dan mutlak 2-0 sudah usai. Di minggu yang ketiga kita akan langsung ke breakdown dari match mereka langsung aja. Om Wawa, analis segmen silahkan.
Thank you so much, Bude Clara Mongstar, for the interview with the half-season champions, the Yellow Porcupines ONIC. And it truly was a good interview. So Bude Clara Mongstar, she asked, right?
Yeah.
She asked to each and every one of them.
Yeah.
Who did you think was the hardest opponent that you faced, even though that they never lost, right? And each of the members actually pinpointed a different team and basically showing that all of these members, they highly respect the opponents.
Or it's just the craziness of this season, right? The level of teams that were the underdogs can also perform, can also give ONIC a hard time.
It's crazy because every single member kind of said the different answer,
Yeah.
right? I mean, some people, Boots said Aura because of their long games. And we heard a lot of RQ, Evos, Bigetron. Here, 7 win streak. I think the last time we saw a 7 win streak was season 7 and 8, Alter Ego Esports, right? Congratulations once again to ONIC for becoming the half-season champion. It's week number 3. It is the half mark of the season for now, season 11. And ONIC, they're looking unbeatable. Like you said, Gani, flashbacks, a little bit of deja vu to their season 3 form with the Kage era.
The new Kage era, like you mentioned. When did you mention that, the new Kage era?
MPLI, when they won it.
Oh,
MPLI.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought season 10.
I wanted to say it during
Finals,
season 10.
but
Yeah, he missed this moment. I remember he was so upset because he wanted to crown them the new Kage era. But ladies and gentlemen, what you see on screen is the highlights of that game between ONIC as well as Rebellion Zion.
I mean, again, man, it's so hard to talk about this game because it really feels like it's just Keyboy mechanically outclassing them. Boots, look at this. I mean, again, it's sublime by Keyboy, how he's able to find the flanks, but it's just baited by Boots. And like I mentioned, that was Big Mac with an Athena. He prioritized the Athena shield instead of going for a physical defense item against his laner. Didn't even work out. He still got one shot. And here, it really is because it's just the early snowball, right? CW was farming up like a crazy man. Highs here, not even... Wow. It's just crazy. It's just them getting outclassed. And I think right now, this is where Rebellion really need to understand. It's time to stick with one roster, right? I think this is something that a lot of the teams outside the top 3 have been really struggling with. The synergy from the players and just sticking with one lineup that really works and building on it, right? And for Rebellion Zion with this 10-minute loss, it's definitely going to be a massive punch. I hope they take it well, though, because a slap in the face can be good for you because it can wake you up. And if you wake the Blue Bulls up, we've seen what they were able to do in Season 10.
Scary, it's scary. You don't want to wake them up.
It's very scary. Good. It's
especially
a good
when you're a red team, right? It's a bull.
You're right, the Matador. But it's a good thing it's on day 3, right? So
yeah,
plenty of time to reset,
one
right?
whole week.
If this was day 1, it's gonna be
what
a
Bigetron went through.
Yes. But this is your MVP by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. It's Keyboy on the Kadita with an 83% KP. And the thing that I kind of missaid inside the game is it's bad enough that Keyboy is so good mechanically. It's even worse when he has map hacks, essentially, right? How is he always able to get the flanks properly? And give him any hero, right? On the Kadita, he performs. Yesterday, he was an insane force on the Kufra as well. And it's just insane.
Game knowledge, instincts, big brain, 5 billion IQ.
Not 100.
And also my checks.
Yes.
Udah des dia. Udah ulti juga dia. Udah ulti juga. Dropnya. Aman. Nice, Lord dulu ntar ya.
Ya pada sekarang.
Gua angkat ya tuh. Mati levelnya guys. Udah ulti groknya.
Ini Vincent.
Vincent guys, Vincent. Udah ulti ya.
Yang ada dulu. Nice.
Ya.
Bisa.
Gua tarik Lord ya, dia pusing dia nih.
Kena guys.
Nice.
Bisa ya guys.
Lihat gua Lord ya.
Berapa orang boost bagian Lord boost?
Mati nih. Udah ulti groknya. Grok ada ulti tuh. Low banget groknya guys.
L2.
Dapat berdinya guys. Mati. Cover ya.
Ini gua pakai bang kita.
Imo. Dia.
Lihat gua.
Nice. Bisa.
Web dulu guys,
Flicker ya.
Depan dulu ya. Lihat JP-nya guys. Ayo maju JP guys. Gol 3 orang nih.
Gak ada flicker dia.
Gua tower tuh. Tower guys, end guys. Dulu Freddy-nya. Lihat gua nih. Freddy-nya low banget guys. Low banget. Bisa Freddy-nya guys, enggak ada ulti.
Bisa reset.
Ayo atau gua.
Paramis bisa ada itu ya. Garaminan.
Jangan. Dapat 2 gua.
Nice bot. Ayo bos.
Aman gua, santuy.
Lu mau gua show?
Boleh bos.
Oh lu mau Lord? Lu nggak mau?
Lord aja kasih dia 3 situ, Cok.
Mati ya.
Lord, nice.
Gua aja ya.
Bawah nggak ada pasif turret. Lihat.
Dapat gua ya.
Sini guys. Bisa turret guys.
Kena angkat lagi 2 orang tuh guys.
Nice.
Kotor.
Gas lagi. Perang.
Rata guys.
Bantai. Lihat Ruby guys, Ruby. Bunuh dulu. Udah. End guys.
And that was the mic checks of that game for ONIC Esports. 2 games in a row, 2-0. And it's interesting, right? Because we were just talking about it during the mic checks. We were having a conversation about it. Because the last time we know was the fact that CW was a shot caller. But he was a lot more quiet, and it seemed like Sans and Keyboy were the ones more vocal about information, the shot calling, and the positioning of everything in general.
I think it's great to see that, because I think one of the glaring mistakes or a glaring hole in ONIC's game was when they were in these tense matches, big game matches. CW as a gold laner obviously needs to focus on his mechanics, how he takes in the fight, how he's reading the fight, as opposed to just shot calling, because shot calling takes a whole lot away. As an in-game leader, you're talking, and when you're talking while playing, sometimes it alters it, right? And here with Keyboy and San stepping into that role, it does seem like CW has been finding a whole lot more success in lane and even in these team fights with his mechanical skill. Here though, these are the keys to success for ONIC. Follow-up initiation from Keyboy. CW gets farm easily. Now, these 2 points, yeah, it couldn't be more. I think for game number 2, actually, it's a bit different. Keyboy, he didn't initiate. He was the one waiting, right, for the most part. Boots stepped in. He's more of the reactive guy, but he made the calls. I think the calls, listening to the calls from Keyboy is what would have been the point there. And also, CW, best weak side gold laner in Indonesia. You can see it. No resources were spent in the bottom side for so long, and he still was able to complete the HS by the 4th minute. Then we saw them starting to move down below, and then High's getting caught. But after that, CW just snowballs. He utilized the farm, got Golden Staff in the 6th minute, and yeah, it's just really good.
It really was good. And it's interesting, right? Because usually in these particular cases that you'd want to funnel all that gold into the gold laner. You want to put all your focus in the gold laner. But honestly, looking at ONIC Esports and the way that they play, it seems like if Boots is behind, that's when the problem lies, right? Because Boots has a lot to say in the early game team fights. He has a lot of moments where he's the one creating the initiative plays. He's very active on the map. He's not just a laner, but he also goes in and tries to look for these engages. And if he's below, or if he's behind, he won't be able to do that. And that's what he kind of throws because he loses in that power.
He's a very active XP laner, right? He's a team player. And I think, again, this is what we mentioned in the start of the season when we saw ONIC perform first. Here, though, we're going to take a look at the MVP Season 11 rankings first with Kyrie stepping up, equal to Skylar. CW actually moving down, but hey, look who's back. It's Beloyski.
Wow, Geek Slate member.
The only roamer.
The only roamer, you're right. Finally jumps in the top 5, but still, numero uno. King of Marksman brands.
Definitely. Kings of Marksman himself. He's been doing such an amazing job. And EVO's Legends, they build around this man, right? He's such an anchor. He is the carry of the team. And his impact is so felt that you can see that he's #1 in the standings. But 3 gold laners, 1 a roamer, and 1 a jungler, Kyrie. And Kyrie, man, always the man of the hour for ONIC in particular, among so much gold.
Among so much gold? Also, I have a solution. Well, not solution, I have something.
Okay, what's that thing?
I want the thing.
It's gold.
It's gold?
It's literally gold. UBS Gold coming soon.
Come on.
It's going to be collab UBS with MPL Season 11. So get yours now from ubslifestyle.com or UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. They're coming soon.
I can't wait, right? Because we're already at that half point. It's week #3. I just want to get my hands on it.
Now.
Literally.
Exactly.
Literally.
It's
Sorry,
a
when I was
physical
doing this
product.
with my hands, I was referring back to the interview when Bude Clara was like, I want to see your fingers,
Muscly
Kyrie.
fingers with Kyrie showing
And then he went like that, and it was so awkward, and everybody was laughing. It was quite wholesome.
Yeah.
But yes, this marks the end of the half point of the season. MPL ID Season 11, we're already week 3. We're going to close week 3 as well. Congratulations once again to ONIC Esports for being able to get that championship, half-season championship title. Hopefully your run stays as pristine as it has been so far. 7-0 as we take a look at the standings here, presented to you by the official tournament phone, Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
We'll take a look at that, right? ONIC 7-0. Meanwhile, take a look at the change here. Aura Fire. Oh my goodness.
Moving up in the world.
Eterna. She's dancing now.
Look at Bigetron, though.
Plays. Bigetron, though. Wow, both of your teams here popping off.
All of our
moving up
teams.
a level.
Well, technically, all of our teams are out of the red zone, except
for Eterna.
For now, though, they are showing a lot of improvement with Van in the jungle.
you're
Man,
right.
what a player, right? Debut, kind of crazy. But this is how it looks like for now.
Wow.
Alter
Still a
ego,
chance, still a
though.
chance here for Aura both, right?
It really
Alter
does
ego.
depend on Rebellion Zion's performance, honestly, right? If Rebellion Zion can repair the mistakes that they made today, they come back stronger, it will be more difficult for Aura Fire to get out of the red zone. But realize that Aura Fire and Alter Ego, in terms of that match it's still the same, right? The only difference is in the game, so Alter Ego does still also have the chance to come back. But this is next week's schedule. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3, 4, 2 matches ahead. Mirko, you did it. Ooh, what's going on?
Geek Slave versus RRQ, man. We're finally seeing it. And then,
Rebellion
like you
Aura.
mentioned, exactly, it comes down to Rebellion, and it is here. That's why I said, ooh,
God.
Rebellion versus Aura right on cue, right as you asked for it. And then Aura will be meeting up Geek Slate. BTR will be meeting up ONIC for that rematch when they basically lost because they just threw the game. 10,000 gold lead in both 2 games.
And I love this, right? I love that we're already at season week 3. Because this is when people, teams, coaches, they start to know each other better.
Yeah.
They're going to go all out. The card's finally going to be taken out as well. And this is when people go for these all-ins. And things are going to get even more heated from this point on. But remember, if you guys are sad that today is over,
Yeah,
don't
very sad.
don't be sad,
Why?
okay? Because we still have the MDL to accompany you,
you're
right?
right.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, MPL. Monday to Wednesday?
Yeah.
Monday to Wednesday is MDL. And don't forget the hashtag
Esports for everyone.
Esports for everyone. And there was a really good point made by Sheffin yesterday. Why watch the MDL, right? Maybe for those of you who are from the Philippines or maybe overseas, you don't really understand why should we watch MDL. Turns out MDL has a lot of Filipino imports as well. So maybe you want to see the progress that
Pretty
they
crazy,
have made.
huh? MDL.
So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, today has finally come to an end. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Eterna, Goni, and Mirko. We'll see you next week. Have a wonderful time.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di